youth as new generation leaders in Nigeria. And I want to commend you on the choice of this excellent topic, which is the Youth Development and Entrepreneurship 2020, although I couldn't quite understand why it was 2020 and not 2021, because we're almost done with 2020. But nevertheless, whatever we do say now will carry on for the next few years. It's a known fact that no society can experience any meaningful and sustainable development if it fails to put in place a system which engages the youth constructively and harnesses their energy. Youth are the engine room of any purpose-driven and progressive country. Hence, this theme is very, very important. According to the latest United Nations data, which I checked online this morning, we're estimated to have a population of about 206 million, and that boggles the mind, which is about 2.6% of the world population, and ranks us in Nigeria as the 7th most populous country in the world. However, what is most chilling is that our median age is 18 years. That means half of the population is less than 18 years old, and the other half is over 18 years old. This is alarming, and this is what must drive our planning and our policies going forward. In comparison, I will share some numbers with you. The median age in Ghana, which is a similar country, a developing country to ours, is 21.5 years. In India, it is 28.4 years. In the US, it is 38 years. And China, 38 years as well. So that means half of their population is under 38. But in the UK, Canada, and South Korea, the numbers are 40, 41, and 43 years respectively. So they have a large older population who have worked and invested and created opportunities for the young. And what happens in those sectors is, as the older people retire, vacancies come up and the younger people can move. Excuse me. Excuse me. So what happens in countries where the median age is higher is that once the older people retire, the younger people can take their place. But where we have half of the population less than 18 years, that won't happen. And what we get is we get more and more people getting into the job market with less and less jobs for them to do. So we have to plan and plan ahead. There's a saying which goes, someone is sitting in the shade today because somebody else planted a tree a long time ago. We must plant trees now for the future generations. We have realized in the last few years, just like the compare said, that we're producing more and more graduates, but there are fewer jobs for them to go into. And not all jobs can be done by graduates. We have to produce what we eat, we have to produce what we wear, and we have to build homes for us to live in. These are not necessarily skills that are needed, that are gotten in the universities, but they are skills that are essential to the survival of every country. And that is why in the last few years, we have been a net importer of the food that we eat and the clothes that we wear, the services that we need. So going forward, we have to look at how to address these issues and use these as a way to drive employment for our youth in Nigeria. You know, we stayed here. We see opportunities for our youth beyond industry, innovation, and infrastructure, which are actually what your theme address. And I'm going to use the Ogun State example to show how I think that we can develop more and improve the opportunities for our youth. During the election campaign in 2018 and 2019, the then candidate, Prince Dakwa Abiodun, had identified youth unemployment as a big problem. And one of his manifesto pledges was to institute workplace training programs for economically disadvantaged young adults that focus on sectors with jobs in high demand, including information technology and the agricultural value chain. With this foresight, on assumption of office, His Excellency immediately swung into action. The government launched a job portal in August of 2019 to enumerate and dimension the unemployment and underemployment in Ogun State. This portal registered about 150,000 youth in the first month. This was big, and we had to start to look at how to quickly get onto this and work. And this was probably even the people who had tertiary education that had registered at this stage. And we had to go around and start to work with employers. Ogun State, as you know, is the industrial capital of this country. We have more industries here than anywhere else. So we have a lot of potential employers in Ogun State. And we had to go around and engage the employers on how to use this job portal to get employment, to give employment to our youth who are there. So His Excellency got a special advisor on job empowerment and job creation, whose task is fully about making sure that we improve the employability and the employment options for our citizens here in Ogun State. And now we have a lot of employers who advertise on the portal and who also use the portal to mine the information and look out for their prospective employees. The government also takes beneficiaries from its different programs from the portal. So we always encourage people to go and register there. And we've had a lot of success with people going there gradually to get their new staff. We also launched a tech hub very early in the administration. And the tech hub is main focus is to improve the IT skills for youth in Ogun State to make them more employable. We know that things are very competitive out there. So any advantage, any help we can give to our youth to make them more employable is there, and it's very important for us. So the Tech Hub does that for us here in Ogun State. As I said earlier, His Excellency had looked at agriculture as one of the very important sectors. And you can't go wrong with food. We all have to eat. And food security is very important. His Excellency, the President, when we went to meet him just before taking office, also told us that agriculture was very, very important to him and that he will give us all the support that we need in this state on any of our agriculture programs. And also, as the governor of the central bank, to support the administration in any way possible. With that pledge of help and with our vision as well, His Excellency has gone ahead and started to use agriculture as the main driver of our youth employment and youth empowerment strategy in the state. We've launched the Anchor Borrowers program in Ogun State, and that is doing very well and getting a lot of accolades all over, right across the country. I believe in the Southwest, where the state that has the most vibrant program. We also have the Fadama Guys program, and just recently we added the Ogun Broiler project. These initiatives have produced young agripreneurs, as we call them here, who are at the same time improving and increasing the food security in our state. To date, we have about 20,000 beneficiaries of the various schemes. And the team at the Ministry of Agriculture, the extension workers, the management staff, and CODA, they continue to engage with other stakeholders to expand these skills and to ensure that the newly created businesses are profitable and sustainable. Because if people get into agri, if they're not able to make ends meet, if they're not able to actually live very comfortably like their friends who are doing white-collar jobs, or their friends who are self-employed in other skills, then the likelihood is that they will drift away. This is what accounted for the drift away from agriculture from the heydays of the 50s and early 60s. And we have to address that and make sure that being a farmer is not the same as being poor, but actually being a farmer is something that will give you a lifelong job, lifelong career, and you can live a comfortable life with your family. Though we see agriculture as very important, we must know that not everybody wants to be a farmer. And as such, His Excellency has also recently launched what we call the Ogun State Youth Empowerment Scheme, OGS. And this is an internship scheme that is targeted at artisans and unskilled youth. The beneficiaries will train in vocations like masonry, ironmongery, carpentry, tiling, and other skills like that for 6 months. And after that, they'll be certified. It may interest you to know that a lot of these skills that we use, especially here in Southwest Nigeria, are imported into this country. We get them from neighboring countries. We get our tilers from Togo and Ghana, and we get our masons from. So if there is a demand for those jobs here that people have to come from outside the country, why are our own youth not doing it? If it wasn't lucrative, these people would not come here. So we have to make sure that we train our own youth here as well to be able to work in these sectors and become skilled and probably even employers on their own. So on completion of this training, these youth they're skilled artisans. They'll be certified, and they're free to run their own businesses, or they can be engaged on any of our own projects. As a government here in Ogun State, our plan is to deliver about 5,000 homes before the end of our tenure. And these homes are being built on a direct labor basis so that we can employ local staff. If we gave them out to contractors, they could import people from all over the country. But if we do direct labor here in Ogun State, we have control on who we employ to make sure that our citizens in Ogun State are fully engaged and fully employed. So we train all these young people to be able to work on these projects. And this is on a 6-monthly cycle. We expect to deliver about 10,000 trained and certified artisan youth every year. We have also done similar kind of programs, but on a smaller scale with the Industrial Training Fund. And they have trained our staff as household electricians. They have trained people as furniture makers, hairdressers, caterers, cosmetologists, just to make sure that we have a wide range of interests covered right across the state. I think the last 2 years we've done almost about 1,000 youth have been catered for by the Industrial Training Fund as well. Knowing that our youth are very creative and very vibrant, His Excellency has also looked at creating a creative arts and entertainment village here in Ogun State, and we're working with some investors on that, and very soon that will come online. This would also be for the young people, the creative-minded people. We know that the creative industry in Nigeria is putting us on the world stage. Nollywood is doing big things for us. Musicians are there and giving Nigeria a very, very positive image right across the world. And we want to turn Ogun State into a haven for this group of youth as well. And you know that in the creative industry, it's not just the artists that make that industry. You also have all the support structure that goes with them, the filmmakers, the cameramen, there's a lot of technology in that sector. And this is what we want to bring here to Ogun State, to be able to get people to develop that skill here. And this will now, we'll have a trickle down in the economy as well here in Ogun State. So that is coming online very soon. We have some very big investors that are working with us on that, and I ask you to look out for that. So these are different areas that we as a government are looking to tap into the energy of the youth positively and make sure that they have channels to be able to develop themselves and create long-term sustainable jobs for themselves and ultimately become creators of employment and creators of wealth. In another dimension, we're aware that the youth unemployment level, can contribute to violence and conflict. And this makes us very keen to work with any group of people or any sectors that are looking at how to manage the youth and empower them and engage them to make sure that we can develop them and channel all this very high energy positively. In addition to their technical skills, it's also important for us to develop leadership skills in youth. The leadership skills will help them in their day-to-day activities and also to develop future leaders so that whatever it is that we have on ground now, they'd be able to pick them up and run with them as they grow older and advance in what they're doing. It will also help them to manage their businesses, because it is one thing to have a brilliant idea. It is another thing to be able to create a good business environment with it and build institutions that can survive. So to develop leadership skill in youth, we have to give recognition to leadership potential whenever we see it in our youth, and involve our youth at all stages of projects and programs for meaningful contributions to national development. In Ogun State, we understand this very, very well. And we have over 20 political appointees who are aged under 40 years. And specifically, we have a special assistant to the governor on youth issues, so that there's a direct line of communication with the government from the youth constituency. And we constantly engage with them to understand where we're at. And as such, we're not talking at them. We're working with them to develop programs that the youth want that impact them. And we also get direct feedback from the youth through all these people that work with us in government. In conclusion, I would like to say that youth entrepreneurship it has a direct positive impact specifically on poverty alleviation, economic development, and unemployment reduction. It enhances infrastructure and innovation as well. And with this, we can see that youth entrepreneurship has the potential to advance our social and environmental sustainability and our economic sustainability. I therefore believe that innovative young entrepreneurs are invaluable in advancing our social and environmental sustainable development areas. And they will make a very big positive impact in the areas of financial inclusion and sustainability. Our youth are our future. They are our today, and we must make sure that as much as possible, all the policies that are in place are policies that will improve them and will consequently give us a better tomorrow. The government continues to invest very heavily in education to make sure that we empower and give the youth the tools to be able to do whatever it is that they want to do and contribute meaningfully to the economy. So I commend the convener, Mr. Tosin Adeshile, and all the members of the Youth Leadership Entrepreneurship Conference for hosting this year's conference, for asking me to give this very short address, which I hope will just open the conversation. And I look forward to listening to the other very brilliant speakers who are here today. And we have this engagement so that I too can learn from whatever it is that I pick up here today and take it back to the state, where we'll be able to incorporate it into what we do and generally work to improve the lives of our youth and the lives of the country going forward. Thank you very much, everybody, for listening, and God bless.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Engineer Noimot Salako Yedele, for that brilliant keynote speech. It is very, very powerful. And I know some people are already sending messages. Are we going to get that speech? I said, well, it is not for your consumption. It's our own property. We'll get it from Her Excellency and we'll file it. So I want to say thank you. And in your speech, you made mention of so many things Ogun State government is doing. And then the reason why I so much appreciate that excellent keynote is because we all know from what Her Excellency spoke about that Ogun State is becoming industrial hub of the country. And we all know that people are running away from Lagos and they are going to a place they can have peace of mind. So if you are looking for peace of mind, you can get across to the office of Her Excellency. In Ogun State, we have plenty avalanche of lands where you can also be able to do your business very well. Because so many young people are complaining, oh, Lagos, they cannot get this, they cannot get that. But Her Excellency has made mention of so many opportunities that is available in Ogun State and what the government is doing and the effort of His Excellency to be able to develop a lot of artisans, through training and so on and so forth. So she has mentioned a whole lot of them. And she has also been able to talk about the importance of agriculture to young people. But one thing I want to say before we take questions for Her Excellency is that so many young people are not in line with this long-term agricultural design of the government. And I've been able to present speech at so many programs to talk to young people, and I've been able to tell them. For instance, there was a day I was at a program to speak, and a young lady raised up her hand that she wants to ask a question. And I asked her, "What's your question?" She said she wants to be a designer. All these people that design for events. She wants to be event planner, and she wants to be designing for people in the hall, decoration, event decoration, and she does not have the fund. And that government is not doing anything to support her. She's a core member. And I smiled and I asked her, "Are you a Christian or a Muslim?" She said, "She's a Christian." I said, "Do you attend any church?" She said, "Yes." "In that your church, do they design the church?" She said, "Yes." "Why don't you join that department and learn how they design so that as time goes on, you will learn that one without paying anybody?" When I said that, she said, but I was thinking of the one I will just have money. I said, "You people are looking for the shortcuts. You don't want to benefit." Because even people like us that are organizing entrepreneurship programs, we've all been an entrepreneur. I registered my first company at 17 years. And that was when I started the company. And at that time, I made my first 0.5 million. That is almost like half a million naira. That happened that time. And it was as a result of hard work. So if anybody tells any young person that entrepreneurship is easy, then that is a big lie to you. Even people who are working in companies, it's also not easy. Waking up in Ikorodu, going to Ajah to go and work is also not easy. So our young people need to learn the art of, patience. Because if you look at the profile of Her Excellency, we also bring profiles of other speakers as well. You will see from that profile that she has, she has earned where she is now. She didn't just give birth to her and she became a governor. No, she has worked. And I can say if she want to tell us her growing up, I'm sure that there are still a lot of things that we are going to hear from her. So once again, I want to appreciate Your Excellency, ma'am, for that wonderful. You have been able to talk and entrepreneurship in 2020, and Her Excellency said, "Why don't we make it 2021? Because 2020 is already winding up." And I agree with that, because to so many people they will say, "Oh, 2020, it's full of so many things: COVID-19, NSAS protest." But we thank God, 2020 we are having a conference like this, and we are having Her Excellency, we are having other distinguished panels in the house and our attendees. Once again, ma, we appreciate you, and I'm going to throw questions to those of us that want to ask one or two questions. You can send it possibly through the chat box or send an email. So if you want us to ask your question. So the event is also being transmitted live on YouTube, and also there's a tweet chat going on. So if you are on Twitter at Yolec Up, you'll be seeing highlights of the event that we are currently having. And we have in the house the number 2 citizen in Ogun State, Her Excellency Engineer Noemo Talako Idele. We also have in the house a distinguished mother. She doesn't like me saying she's Mrs., even though she wants to hide under that disguise. Her name is Toyin Alausa. She's a popular actress. except you don't watch your Yoruba movie. That's when you don't know. But let me be frank with you. When we're all small, we are all watching Yoruba movie. So you definitely know. And also we have with us in the house the Honorable Commissioner for Information, Lagos State, Mr. Gbenga Motosho, also is also going to be speaking to us. We also have with us in the house Mr. Jide Obono. He's also a graduate of mass communication and an actor. If you watch Super Story very well and you watch Jennifer's Diary, you'll be seeing that face. And then also we have for fireside session, we have a programmer and an entrepreneur, an award winner, Mr. Dominic Nwagu is also with us. And we also have a celebrated medical doctor who also an entrepreneur. I don't know whether the allowance for medicine is not enough for him. He decided to establish a business so that he can make more money. So he's going to be telling us how he juggles business and medical practice. And I pray one day we get a lot of money and I will want to inject somebody and mistakenly see big alert and give another type of syringe. So when we get to the fireside session, we are going to be talking more on that. So we'll take question and answer now from our attendees, after which we'll be having the first speaker come. But before that, we are going to be having a group photograph of the panelists because by 12 o'clock, Her Excellency is going to be leaving. So before she leaves by 12 o'clock, we'll be having a group photograph with all the panelists in the house. So all of us will be on in our camera. We're going to be doing paparazzi picture so that it can be in the record that we all attended this event. So if you have questions, you can send your questions. So we'll be taking the questions and I want to say from all people that have sent messages, so many people have sent messages to appreciate Her Excellency for the wonderful keynote speech, including one of our panelists, Tony Alausa. She said, thank you so much, ma. So much said in a short time. So, and we also have other distinguished residents of Ogun State and also distinguished Nigerians who have also. So if you have questions for Her Excellency, you can send your question now so we can take them. Now, the first question is coming from Arowoshola Aderunke, who is a textile designer instructor who lives in Lagos, but is from Ogun State. And then his message or his question is concerning our discussion. He said, my suggestion is that for us to make the train to go around, especially the artisan, is for Ogun State government to build a vocational training center in each local government. And I think this is more like a comment for Her Excellency to take note. She is saying that based on all Her Excellency has said concerning training of artisans, development of people in vocational training, that it would be nice if the state government can build a vocational training center in each local government as they are planning to do in Lagos. And he said, so that has been his question. And I'm sure that Arowoshola Aderunke, I'm sure that you also plan to donate like 500 million to the state government to help them in building that vocational center. Well, you know that Nigeria is in recession now. So I think Her Excellency will take note of that comment from you. So we also have other questions. There's another one from this one is coming from Damola Oloko. So Damola Oloko is asking that in what area, because Her Excellency made mention of a tech hub in Ogun State, but that his question is the government willing to partner entrepreneurship and vocational skill center hub desiring to come to Ogun State? Is there any provision from the state government to assist in any way in terms of partnership so that the people of Ogun State can enjoy that? So we'll just be taking those questions for Her Excellency. Other questions can be sent to our email. We'll send out to Her Excellency's email so that we can take the next speaker. Over to you, man.
All right. Thank you very much for those. I think I'll just comment generally that there are different skill acquisition centers all around the state already. And the skills and the skill requirements do vary from different parts of the state. So what we do is that we work with different sectors to see what their requirements are. For instance, I mentioned earlier Ogun Broiler Project. We had to work with our Farm Institute at Odeda to train the youth who are going to be working on broilers. We have training that we're doing with fabric people at the rare manufacturers. We just started engaging with them recently. We have the ones that we're going to do now, which is internship at different places. So there are several things that we do, and we work with SMEDAN, we work with ITF, because it's not just about the government putting a structure or a physical building on ground. We have to look at the whole thing to see how do we best support all the existing facilities and the particular needs of different sectors. So we will look at that, and wherever we see that there is a need to put a new building, we will do so. But it's not really just about having a building and putting a sign on it saying Skill Acquisition Center. It's actually about how we can transfer knowledge to our people right across. On the partnership, I mean, basically His Excellency's vision is about creating an enabling environment in Ogun State for businesses. Government has been shown to be a very poor businessman, and government-run businesses rarely do succeed. So what we do here is to provide an enabling environment for businesses to come here and be able to set up and impact our community and improve the prosperity of our people. So whatever proposals that people have, if they bring them across, we have an organization called Ogun Invest who will look at it and direct you to the appropriate agencies and see how we can work with them. And if you can't get across to them, do get across to me, and I'll link you to whoever it is here, whichever sector has the expertise to look at your proposals, and we'll see how we can work together to actualize it. But we do not invest in people's businesses, so we are not going to partner that will give you money to start up your business, or will support you to come and start up your business here in Ogun State.
Thank you very much for that, man. I don't know, probably I can, there are still many more coming. So I don't know if I should go ahead, if you still be able to take one or two, man. Or possibly.
Yeah, I'll take a couple more so that we can move on and listen to other people.
Okay. So this one is coming from an anonymous attendee, but I'm sure God knows you. He said, what strategy do you propose for the youth to better improve their entrepreneurship skills? And the next one is calling from Bola Kama. To Our Excellency, what strategy? Okay. I think is the same question. Thing. So we just say yes.
Okay. All right. We have a department in our Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment that specifically works with MSMEs, and they help and support MSMEs throughout their process, from registration, their business registration, their tax registration, how they can apply for funding from several different initiatives that are available. For instance, you can get small business loans from SMEDAN, from BOI, and things like that. And they will help you at the Industry, Trade and Investment to do that. And this is where I mentioned earlier about training youth for leadership. And it's one thing to have a skill to do. You can make bags, you can make clothes, you can do this, but you also have to be able to manage your money. You also have to trade legally, and also that you know what your overheads are, what your profit is, and how you can continue and sustain the business. So a lot of that, we have MSME seminars and things regularly to make sure that we guide young business owners through that. And I'm sure the youth will also benefit from that.
Much, man. So without wasting much time, so we'll be moving on. We want to thank you, man, for So I'm sure Our Excellency is ready to listen to other speakers as well. So once it's 5 minutes or 12 o'clock, we'll take a group photograph on Zoom before, so that we can allow her to take her leave. So now will be Paul Demilade will be reading the profile of Mr. Jide Awubono, and we want Mr. Jide Awubono to please project his face so that the profile we can hear from the. Okay. Over to you, Paul.
Jide Awubono is a fast-rising Nigerian actor and entrepreneur born on February 9. Awubono was born and raised in Lagos, but originally hails from Ogun State. He had both his primary and secondary education in Lagos and obtained a bachelor's degree in mass communication from Olabisi Onabanjo University, Ago-Iwoye, Ogun State. Awubono started acting in 2002 with his first role in the Wale Adenuga TV series, Super Story, Last Honor, and other Super Story series by Wale Adenuga Productions, Family Ties by AK Media Concept, Tinzu by Mnet, Osh, Unbroken, Champions of Our Time, Awa Okunrin, Pajuda, You Are Me, Igbimo, Alimi, Desiree, City Hustlers, to mention a few, and I've also produced a couple of movies too: Aftermath, Craft, My Reunion, Clincher. I'm working on one at the moment. He came to limelight from his role as Sam in the popular Funke Akindele series, Jennifer's Diary. Jide has also starred in a lot of movies and soap operas. Jide is happily married.
Thank you. By that, we present to you the next speaker, Jide Awubono. You can see his face, and he's currently here. So, Jide Awubono, is over to you. You are welcome to 4th Young Leaders International Conference. You have the floor. Okay, while we are still trying to, I think Mr. Jide is trying to figure out with his network provider. So even I was asked at a program recently that which network can I vote for, and I said, because if you read my profile, I lecture mass communication in universities, even the University of Lagos and some other universities in Nigeria. So if you ask me to grade all network in Nigeria, none of them even have 40. None of them will have a P. Talk less of having a D. So, but I know we are getting there. So, and I believe Mr. Jide, I think your signal is back. So I think he's trying to be joining us now. So would, and once again, if you are just joining us, this is the 4th Young Leaders Entrepreneurship Conference, Innovation, Ideas, and Entrepreneurship. The theme for this year edition is development and entrepreneurship in 2020. Implications for national development, information in the 21st century, a connecting tool for entrepreneurs. We all know that there are opportunities, but if people don't have the right information, you might not be able to know that opportunity exists. So information is key, information is paramount, information is very important. And that is why we are trying to sensitize people on how to use information or how to look for information to be able to avail themselves that that opportunity to be able to get to achieve your dream. So Mr. Jide, over to you.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Can you all hear me? Good morning, everyone.
Yeah, go ahead. This is a webinar. If you can hear you, just go ahead.
Yes. So thank you very much, Tosin Adeshile, the convener for Yolec 2020, the Young Leaders Entrepreneurship Conference. I want to say a very big thank you for you to count me worthy to be on this panel. I appreciate it so much. And all protocols duly observed. I want to say a very big thank you to Excellency, Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Ogun State, Engineer Noimo Talako Yedele. That was a very insightful, beautiful speech from you, man. Thank you very much. My colleague, Toyin Lausa, good to have you here as well. Mr. Toyin Awoshika, Mr. Lekon, the SS on SD, the Lagos State Governor, then my honorable Mr. Benga Omotosho, good to be on. I'm going to be talking as a youth, as a student, so just take it as I give it to you. The Center of Excellence, where I actualized 2, 3, 4, 5 things in a day. I was discussing with some friends of mine, and I was like, it's always hard for you to juggle 2, 3 events together due to the traffic and everything, because Lagos is actually very congested. You understand? So I'm like, okay, after driving a distance where you're supposed to cover for like 40, 45 minutes in 5 hours, you get to your destination unproductive. You understand? So that's one of the reasons I'm saying this, because right now, okay, let's just see. So now I'm going to be talking as a youth and as a friend to also, like I said earlier. So I'm talking to basically entrepreneurs right now, youths that are unfortunate to get a job, who out of these unemployment issues is what actually led them to be entrepreneurs, because a lot of us actually went to school with the intention of probably going to work in the four walls of an office or something, doing a white collar job and all that. But eventually you find yourself having, so I'll just say congratulations to all the youths today that actually decided to be an entrepreneur out of unemployment opportunities, because this is a country where, as a youth, if you really want to be successful and be a leader you've always craved to be, because nobody is willing to allow you to be that leader, you have to make yourself that leader. This is a country where you have to strive, do all the things you can to get to that, to actualize that dream of yours. Like a friend of mine said, and I'm going to quote him now, when I posted me coming on this panel today, he said, we are in the 21st century, and this 21st century is a radical century, a very sharp departure from what the Nigerian setting has ever allowed, and which they haven't thought of allowing due to the needed bureaucracy in the system and the devilish bureaucratic setting. Well, I'm sorry, I'm quoting a friend, Debo Auda, because truly this is a system of government in which most of the important decisions are made by our leaders at the helm of affairs, and even some of our representatives don't even have a say. You understand? So even when your representatives don't have a say, what do you as a youth have to say? You understand? So that now led us to struggling so hard, even more than we're supposed to ensure we survive, because survival is what we're talking about right now. Being an entrepreneur is not, it's not very easy, you understand? But then we need to survive. The urge for survival is what actually pushed a lot of youths into being an entrepreneur today. Understand? But what I discover is most youths of today still do not understand why they're doing what they're doing because they just have this urge to survive. I want to survive, I want to survive, I want to survive. But then you need to do it right. And there's so many things you need to factor, there's so many things you need to put in place. You understand? So, because I know we have a lot of fields that a lot of youths are venturing into. We have digital creators, we have fashion designers, we have comedians, we have photographers, we have dancers, we have hairdressers, we have artists, we have cosmetologists, we have a lot of them, we have actors. That's who I am, that I am today. But I've been asking before I got that, okay, after school, acting is going to be a part-time thing for me, probably when I'm on leave, or that was how I planned it. When I'm on film, go to locations and what have you. But unfortunately, when I came out of school after studies and all that, I tried one or two companies, there was no job because I majored in advertising. I wanted to work in an advertising agency so bad. But unfortunately, there was no job. But good for me, I was already acting before I even got admission into university. So as I left school, it was more like, okay, now I have the time. I started getting gigs, people started calling me for jobs. That was how the journey started for me. You understand? But one thing I realized about we youth is this: we have a lot of us that are not really set for that entrepreneurship world. And for you to be an achiever in the entrepreneurship world, for you to be a king in that realm, you need to be ready to pay a lot of dues. So I carved out, I'm trying to carve out what do I call it? I'm trying to carve out an acronym, but I'm unable to pronounce it because they're all consonants. But I'm tagging them PVHRFD. The P stands for punctuality, the V stands for values, the H, hard work, the R, research, the F, fantasize not, the D, discard. So talking about punctuality, I'm going to be making reference to happenings around me and to myself. I live in Lagos. This is where, Lagos is highly populated, it's so congested, and the space is not even enough to accommodate everyone. You understand? So, but we still have to survive because this is where things are happening. You understand? So I find myself waking up very early in the morning, setting out as early as 4:30 for when I have for 9, I still have to understand. So recently I had an event. I had a shoot with some guys recently, graphers and stuff. So I had a shoot with them. I left my home. Okay, I don't want to tell you when I left my home, but then I got to my destination at about 6:20. So you can imagine what time I left my home, what time I woke up. These guys I'm supposed to run this shoot with got to the destination at about some minutes to 11. You understand? This is in you being a great entrepreneur, in you being a leader. You understand? So when you're disciplined, there's so many things you need to be an early bird so people don't see you talk about is the values, which is the V. For other people to see the values embedded in you, you have to be the first person to identify these values. See your values. When you see your values, nobody will devalue you. You understand? So I'm going to make a reference to something else that happened to me recently. Somebody called me, a producer called me for a gig. I was filming when I got this call. I said, okay, can you please send me a text? I'm busy right now. So this producer sends me a text message saying, I want you on my project and how much will you be charging me? I said, okay, fine. Before my spending with you, what character am I playing? I didn't accept. Send me a synopsis of the story, then we can now talk. You can take it up from there. Then I got another message from this person saying, Mr. Amount of time I've been trying to get you on my job. You've been giving one excuses or the other. I said, I now had to call this person when I finished filming. I said, Madam, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't even know you. I don't have another job. This is the only thing I do. Why won't I want to be on your set? So just answer those questions I asked you, then we'll fix it from there. So when she got back to me, she mentioned a very ridiculous amount of money. I'm like, no, this is not going to happen. So she called me again, talking about so many things, giving some of my colleagues as instances, this person. At a point, I discovered that this person knows my value, but she wasn't ready to pay for this value. You understand? And once you're placing a price on your value, do not let anyone come right there to devalue you. Stay there. If your value is 10 naira and someone comes saying 2 naira, no, you should still keep at the 10 naira. If you're trying to up the person, so even if you're going to come down from the 10 naira, maybe a little bit of, okay, like 2 naira difference or something. We kept bantering, going back and forth. Eventually, this person actually agreed to pay 9 naira instead of 10 because she was offering 1 naira. I said, no, I want 10 naira. But eventually, she was able to pay 8 naira because she knows the value she's coming to pay for. And I know the value I'm going to render to her. So that now takes me to, okay, fine, you're placing a price on your values, but then are you giving people the right value of what they're paying for? Because you need to protect the interest of your clients, your customers, and all that, because it's not just about you placing a price on your value. It's about you giving the right values. You understand? Let's take for instance, Mr. A is selling his own rice for 100 naira. And somebody says, why would you be selling your rice for 1,500 naira? Your response shouldn't only be about, oh, I have values, I know what I'm doing. We must see the values. Your rice has to be, I'm not saying it's going to be so different from the other one, but there has to be other things that will make people say, okay, fine, I'm going to pay 1,500 for this. You understand? Or a rice that is not a half done. So when you say 1,500, people look and say, okay, there should be some certain things that should be added to the values because for you to say 1,500 naira, there has to be other things. So has to be different, not some extra value. One of things, this should be a continuum. It should be, learn to retain, to keep your customers by giving them the regular value they're paying for. Now I'm going to H, which is the hard work. Nothing comes easy. Pain, no gain. You have to be very hard working. So actually, it's a very competitive world. There is no business you want to do now that someone else is not doing already. You understand? You just have to find a way to make your own different, make it special, make it interesting, make it more attractive. And hard work is not going to be left there because the only thing that keeps you doing this, striving hard, trying to remain there is hard work. Don't be lazy. You understand? Wake up early, try to do what you have to do on time, and let's see that yes, you really have passion for what you're doing. You really have to be hardworking. Don't open your business today, tomorrow you close it down because you're tired or something. Your consistency is key, and there is no how you're going to be consistent. There is no how you're going to remain in business if you're not hardworking. So if you're the lazy one, you have to rehabilitate yourself, re-nurture yourself, rebrand yourself to be a very hardworking person, because for you to be an entrepreneur, oh man, it's not a child's play. Then my R is research. Things are really evolving. Things are evolving by the day. And there was a time, if we had this kind of conference with COVID-19, we would just postpone everything, we wouldn't do it again. But thank God for technology. Thank God for the new innovations and stuff. We're now we're doing live, we're doing this. Some years back, there was nothing like it was there, but then we never tapped into it. But now we're doing a conference where a lot of people are participating together because of the involvement in technology and the growth in everything, research. So when you make research, you discover that there's so many things you can actually do to better your business, to better your skills, to better your entrepreneurship world, to make yourself different and to remain in business. So you need to do a lot of research, because don't say this is how it should be and it remains, because things are changing by the day. You understand? You need to update yourself, update your knowledge, update your skills, update whatever you're doing. And the only way you can do that is by making regular research. I'm going to stop fantasizing. When I fantasize not. This, a lot of youth are always, some of us still the dream. The fact that Dangote, a lot of people be like, Dangote was selling He had a small kiosk. He was selling biscuits and sweets, and now he's a big man. He didn't become that overnight, like the convener said that the deputy governor didn't become. Oh, she's been through a lot. She's wild. She's a hard worker. Let me put it that way. So nothing good happens overnight. It takes time, a lot of hard work, perseverance, consistency, and all that. So stop fantasizing. Don't stop living in a dreamland. A lot of things you need to achieve. You need to work for it. You can't be in your house. You can't be in your bed and be fantasizing and expecting magic to happen. You have to work for it, whatever you want to achieve, because a lot of people have failed. A lot of people grew older today because without achieving anything, because they lived in the world of fantasy for so long. Then discard, D for discard. Well, we have a lot of people who tell you you can't do it. We have a lot of people who look at you and be like, oh, you're this fragile, you're not very intelligent, you're not smart. There's certain things you cannot do. Say no to those people. Discard negative vibes. Any vibes that actually makes you feel less of yourself, that actually makes you feel like you're not worthy to do certain things, that actually make you feel like you don't have values, these kind of people should be discarded. You don't roam, like I used to say to my friends when we were in school, you don't roam, you don't move around with friends that are not intelligent. You remain the way you are. Move with people that are more intelligent than you. Move with people that have more values than you. Move with people that you have a lot of things to tap from, so you can also be an achiever. You can be like them or even be better than them. Don't roll with people who don't have values. Don't move with people who don't know as much as you know. Don't move with people who don't see the values that you're made of. Don't move with people who don't appreciate you. And most importantly, anyone you're rendering a service for that makes you feel like they're doing you a favor. Uh, I see those people as, I don't know what to call them, but I don't see myself rolling with this kind of people. I don't see myself moving with this set of people. So I would advise you discard this kind of people. Anyone that you're rendering a service for, whichever way, however you're doing it, let those people appreciate you because you're rendering a service to them, and they should not see themselves as your God or as themselves or as they or like they're doing you a favor because you are rendering a service to them. Even if they're paying for it, it's a service. They couldn't do it themselves. That's why they contracted you to do it. So all you need from them is appreciation. Sometimes they can give you money, they can give you, but then they kill your spirit of you being a greater person. So now I want to mention a few things about water and all that. I think we're not really informed. A lot of youth are not informed. They don't know what is happening. Somebody was asking a question: how are they going to create these centers for empowering youth and all that? Even in Lagos, we have some centers like that where they empower youth and all that. But then we're not informed. They don't circulate as much as information as they're supposed to. And I discovered that I think it's a system in Nigeria where some officials that are in charge of these things, they rather keep this information to themselves and their family members and not circulate it as much as they're supposed to want the first set of people to benefit from it. But we discovered that those are already okay, are the ones still benefiting from all these opportunities that the government is gushing out to the masses. So we should do more of disseminating information, enough information, utilizing all the medium of communication, not excluding the social media, because we know that even all these media houses rely solely on social media to disseminate their information or to even gather some information as well. So that being said, I want to also use this opportunity to encourage my youth that yes, nobody's going to make you a leader. You have to be the one to make yourself a leader. So don't sit back. As a graduate, there's a lot of opportunities out there for you, whether you'll get a job or not. Stop expecting the government to do anything for you. It's high time you wake up and start thinking of what you can do for yourself, for your family, and the government at large. Before you know it, what is going to be Nigeria is going to be greater than this. So as they said, my deputy governor also said something about why is the title Yolec 2020, why not 2021? Well, I think we're still in 2020 and a lot of great things can still happen before the year runs out. We still have more than over 30 days to go. Like I'm also there's a business I'm into myself, which is Serving by Jida, and this is the time for my business. So there is no time you can start. You can start a business today and it start booming, it start yielding profits in the next one. It's about planning, it's about your strategy, it's about what you stand to achieve. So thank you very much. Mr. Adishile.
Thank you very much. You have said a lot, and we so appreciate you that the youths and those that are here today need to take note of that very important point, that you need to have passion for whatever you are doing, and you need to be consistent. Consistency is very, very key and important. So, and that this is one thing that so many young people are doing today. They say that, let me throw away passion. What I need is money. It is when you have passion for something that you get better at doing that thing. And that's when people start looking for you everywhere. Nobody will be looking for a nobody to call. So people don't know. So, but I pray that most of this wisdom, knowledge that has been given out by you, people will definitely make use of them. And the people also need to know that things are changing. Like you said, that people need to update their skill. And that is one of the major issues that many young people are facing today. They are not updating themselves, and they feel that the same knowledge, even don't be surprised that even people in the academia need to do certain courses over and over again. Even after your PhD, you need to go for postdoc.
Exactly.
And that's one of the things that Yolec Hub is doing, because at the entrepreneurship hub, by next year, we are going to be running programs, executive programs, certificate programs for an entrepreneur. Because I used to tell people that to go to school is not for everybody. I have employed people who have worked with me that I even ask them, to go to school is not very important for everybody. If you know that you're ready. Some people are business owners, they do business and they are good at it. So what we do for those people like that is that they come to the entrepreneurship hub, we polish them. They know the necessary skills and they get updated in knowledge and so many other things on how to run their business. Because you see that another issue that people who don't go to space as business owners is that they don't have that, the knowledge, because there's something we call ecosystem. And the ecosystem is to study your business environment. If you don't study a business environment, you have challenges. So we'll be taking questions. If you have questions for Mr. Jide Aobono, kindly send your questions. But don't forget that once it is exactly 12 o'clock, we are going to be having a group photograph. So all the panelists, to show their face, will take a good photograph. And after that, we will now continue with the Q&A. So people that want to ask questions for Mr. Aobono should ask the question. Even me, myself, I'm going to ask him question. Or I'll be the last one to ask him question. And then if I'm asking questions, you have to be ready for my question, because I'm going to be representing a whole lot of youth out there. So so thank you very much for your time.
Please, be lenient with me, please.
Yeah, I'll definitely do. Thank you very much for that brilliant speech. And also we have with us Mr. Toyin Awushika from the Ministry of Information, Lagos State, is also with us. Mr. Toyin Awushika, you are welcome to the 4th Young Leaders Entrepreneurship Conference. Is a director, public enlightenment, if I'm not mistaken, at the Lagos State Ministry of Information. And please don't forget that this event is being transmitted live on YouTube. I want to appreciate the Galaxy correspondent that is also with us. This event will be in news on Galaxy tomorrow, and also it's also going to be in the Nation newspaper, and also it's going to be on Sparklight News. So those are our people that we have partnered with, because last year we were on channels, but this year we will still continue. Pandemic will not stop us from going where we are going. So once again, I want to say thank you. So please kindly send your questions while they are compiling the questions, and very soon there will be a poll that is going to be going on display. So the attendees are expected, and every other person is expected to please answer the poll. This will give us a feedback on some of the things that have been discussed during the program, so that we can be able to identify areas whereby a lot of work still need to come in place in the area of entrepreneurship and youth development. Because the truth of the matter is that if you don't develop the youth, we all know based on the unrest that happened recently, and we can see that it's always good to, when you keep the mind busy, they said an idle hand is the devil's workmanship. So, and once you are not idle, you're always doing something that you won't have the opportunity of going up and down, vandalizing and doing all sorts of things. And I want to turn this to people that are here, even particularly the media, that we thought that our young people need to come off vandalism and so on. There are ways we can actually state our annoyance on things that we don't like, and there are better ways to do it. Because I remember back then, when we were in University of Lagos, there was a time we had a riot in school, and then people started destroying, breaking things up and down. At the end of the day, when the school was closed, before we returned back to campus, we were asked to pay for all those repairs. So at the end of the day, it comes back to us. So sometimes I look at it that even the youthful exuberance at times comes back to us. We end up, like now, most of the things that were vandalized by people during the NSAS protest, the government will be taking the money from people's tax. So invariably, so we are still the one that will still be taking. So people are already sending questions, and then we'll be taking them. But I think this is 11:57. So the panelists can please show their face. Please let's turn in our camera video so that the IT people can take a screenshot of the panelists as our. So according to one of my professors, Professor Rafa Kinfele, he usually call it paparazzi pictures for the records. So this will be updated on our website. So so the IT people, can we please have can we take so Your Excellency, ma, please, ma, we need you to please show your face. Tony Alausa, ma, we also want you to show your face. Okay, thank you very much, ma. Then also, Mr. Okay. Who else is going to? Okay, okay, Mr. Oshika, you are in the house. Please kindly show your face if you are there. So I think we are waiting for. Okay, okay. Thank you very much. Okay, we'll be taking a group photograph now. So before we take the question and answer, because by the time we take question and answer, when the deputy governor will leave us, we will not know. So let's take this picture so that we can leave anytime so that we can continue the rest of the program. Okay, we have the screenshot now. Okay. Thank you very much, Ma. Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for your time. Thank you, Tony Alausa, Ma. I know you'll be an excellency too very soon. I know. And Mr. Jide Obono is from Ogun State as well. So he hasn't been able to tell us whether he's also planning in the future, yes, to come and say he wants to take over. All right. So question and answer now. We'll be taking Q&A from the participants. So the first one, Mr. Obono, is this is coming from Odeyinka Temilola. What should someone do when when what you have passion for doesn't fetch you money? What should you do? I think that's the first one. The second one is, as you said, information dissemination is very, very important. The government should try to change the way they pass information to the masses. Okay, I think this one is more like a comment. It's also talking about information dissemination.
It's a comment, not a question.
Let's take these two. So we take more of that after this.
So do I go ahead answering that first question?
Yes, you can. The two, yes.
Okay, what should someone? No, the second one is not a question; it's a comment. It's not a
comment.
Question. Okay. So, what should someone do if your passion is not fetching you money? Okay, there was a time I had a discussion with my brother, and it was like a lot of people are actually not doing what they have passion for just because they want to survive. A lot of people are struggling just to survive. Survival is key for anyone, you know. Passion on the other side, survival on the other side. But what I know, let me take my own career for example, which is acting or entertainment generally. Entertainment generally is actually a profession that takes is a long-term investment. You know, a lot of people that you'll see today, like myself and a lot of other people that are now probably smiling to the bank, have worked years without being remunerated properly. You understand at some point, but we kept pushing because we understand that okay, this is how it goes. We paid our dues. You know, there are time. You know that it's just like you investing. It's just like you're into a business and you don't expect to start making profits immediately. You know, it's just like okay, you trying to go into a poultry business, you have to get your little birds, you have to feed them, they have to go through that stage of nurturing before they grow old, before you can now start selling them, before you now start getting your money. So it's like that. So for every profession you find, for every entrepreneurship, for every passion you find yourself in, if it's not yielding you money now, it's definitely going to yield you money someday. So while you're still trying to struggle, if you have parents that can support you, if you have friends or family that can actually support you, well, while you still keep your passion going, while you still keep trying to do that, it's all good. But then if you don't have them, try and look out for something else you can do to survive. It's going to be very hard because my own career is a very selfish profession. Acting is a very selfish one or entertainment generally. So it's always hard to juggle it or add other things to it. I had like two businesses while I was just coming out there. He folded up. I had a unisex salon one time. He folded up. I was into fashion design because I love business. I have this entrepreneurship skill in me. I just love to do business. I just like I'm a very industrious person. Let me just put it that way. So, but then I couldn't manage them because I was busy, you know, with my job. It would have actually, I wanted it because I wasn't getting enough money. I wanted the business to survive. I wanted to see it as an avenue for me to keep myself, to keep my body and soul together while I'm still nurturing the passion I have when it wasn't yielding enough money for me. But then I discovered it was hard. So I invested a lot of money into the business, but then I couldn't manage. It didn't survive. Just 2 years, I folded up the salary, and the designing thing for me I couldn't continue with it because my tailors were messing up with clients' works and stuff. I just felt okay, if it's one era or two era that I can manage while I was nurturing my passion, fine, I'll manage until God started answering my prayer. I started getting more gigs. I could now say, okay, fine, I think I can now do this. I think I can manage this money. Everything still boils down to you cutting your clothes according to your coats. You understand? No matter how bad it is, you know, just if you can manage, you don't do more than yourself, you don't bite more than you can chew. I think you can actually survive. A lot of people in America today or some other part of the country are not actually doing what they love. They're not doing their passion. But then I think the situation of the country that made them, I don't want to use because a lot of people left Nigeria to America or to London, to Turkey or to anywhere, to Canada for survival because the country is hard and they feel, okay, fine, I don't want my family to suffer. I don't want my children to suffer. I want to give my children the best education. I want to give them a better life. I don't want them to suffer the way I did. So they abandon their passion, they abandon whatever they're doing. They feel like, oh, I need to go out of this country to make ends meet. They know by the time they convert euro to naira or they convert pounds to naira, it's a lot of money for them. You understand? While living their passion. But my own career, my own industry is a very, I don't know, it's a spiritual one because a lot of us that are actually into this field, we see it as a gift. We see it as a spiritual thing that you cannot just overlook. If you live it 10 years, you still find yourself coming back to it. If you live it 20 years, it haunts you. You still find yourself coming back to it. That's why you see a lot of our actors that have gone. I don't want to start mentioning names, but then you see a lot of them that have traveled, but then they still come back. You understand? They still come back to it because it's like a calling that you cannot afford to miss. You understand? So if your passion doesn't make you money, when you say money, maybe money is for you to live larger than life, or money for you to live the luxurious life you've been fantasizing and all that. With time, you'll get there. You understand? But if it's not making or yielding anything for you that is what I will not take. You know, try and look for something else by the side that you can do that won't take your time totally off the passion, and just try and manage your survival. But then if it's not forthcoming, just pray over it, because I believe in prayers too. God will lead you right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that. So the second question that came in like a comment. So the bearer sent another, and what he said
Okay.
is more or less a comment. So let me just take what he said is that government should change the orientation from certificate presentation to practical presentation. So let me just go to my question. This was sent to our page, and that many young people want to go into acting to make money. So what is your best
Okay.
advice for them? That's the first one. The second one, many people go
Many
into lucrative.
okay, want to go into acting to make
Okay,
money. Okay.
yes, that's the first one. The second one, many young people want to go into lucrative business. Once they hear that, oh, if you invest 100,000 in this business, you get 500,000, and they don't really know the business as a person. They don't have knowledge about the business, and some of them, their business have got caught, and at the end of the day, it got folded up. While some are still struggling to exist. So, what advice do you have for people who, whenever they hear about any lucrative business that they are not aware of, they quickly want to go into it? What would be your suggestion or advice, or how can they go about it? So, those are the two questions, sir.
Okay, I'm going to answer the second question first before the first one. A lot of people they jump into any business that people say is very lucrative and stuff. Well, I'm also a victim of MMM. Yes, I don't know if to call MMM a business or something, but I'm a victim of MMM. A lot of my money went into MMM. I'm sure you're aware about how he folded up poverty and the the poverty rate in the country. People just want to survive. People just want to make money. You understand? So anything money, anything business, every people, you don't even think about it before you jump into it. So that was an eye opener for a lot of us. You know, since I lost a lot of money via MMM, then I have not dabbled into any business. And if you're telling me about any business, I'm going to do my own research. I want to be available. I want to be a part of the business. If I can't be a part of it, then it's no business for me. I'd rather save my money in the bank or use it for something else. You understand? Or dash it out. I know that yes, I'm actually impacting lives with that, and not putting into something that is blurry, that is not very certain. You understand? So that's it. So that's the reason a lot of people actually venture into things like that, because they just want to survive, they just want to make money. But then now you have to learn, before you venture into any business, do your own research, make your own findings, be sure of the business, like I said, stop living in a world of fantasy. Wake up, think about how possible it is, how achievable it is, how is it possible that I put 50,000 somewhere and I make 500,000 in a week? What kind of business is it? If that kind of business is actually there, I'm sure that person who brought the business won't bring it to you first. He would circulate within his family, or he would rather be the only one doing it. You know, so we need to get enough information before venturing into any business. As much as you need money, you still have to be careful how you spend your money. But it's so funny how people spend money in this country trying to get more money. At I was, I was supposed to travel recently. I was at one embassy. I was to travel with some colleagues of mine to Mexico and some other people. So I couldn't go, so I have to stay back and do other things because there's some. I'm like, since I'm not going to work, I don't have money to be wasted in one country like that. So when you look at them, you will know like, yes, these guys are struggling. They don't even have money. A lot of them were practically even begging for money to buy as small as a soft drink to take their breakfast. And Turkish embassy is at Abuja. You need to travel to Abuja to do that. They paid for flights. Some of them had to be in the bus. In fact, some of them had an accident from their destination to the venue, all because for greener pasture, they wanted to leave the country. And what actually struck me was that some of them pay as much as 600,000 naira for processing these visa. I'm like, why would you pay that much for Turkish visa? What is happening in Turkey? Please. That is why our government needs to look for ways to empower the youth, to make life applicable for us, to make, we have a lot to do, because all these youths went to school, most of them are graduates, it's sick. That's why you see a lot of youths, they'll be like, okay, fine, you're earning 50,000, but you're living in a house where you cannot even afford to pay your rent, because we all have dreams and aspirations. You don't see yourself living in a face me and slap you apartment because you're a graduate. The caliber of people that will be there, but the reality is that is how much your earning can afford. But then that's just the reality, face reality. But do you see yourself as a graduate living in that kind of house? So this is a country that, like my people will say, balance. It's not balanced at all. If you find yourself going to school in other part of the world, some developed countries, it's very certain that you'll get a good job. It's certain. Some of them, before you even out of school, the job is waiting for you. So if you feel you want to earn more and live larger than life, you want to live in a high-rise building, you want to ride exotic cars, you want to wear big clothes, that means you have to work more, probably do more professional courses and all that. I have a friend who, when we started talking, was a vocational nurse. But during the space of our friendship, this person did had a degree in nursing. She was earning while she was a vocational nurse, but then she wanted to earn more. She felt, okay, fine. The only way I can earn more is by getting more qualifications. So she enrolled in a school. She got a grant from the government. She did a degree in nursing. Immediately she finished that degree in nursing. Before she even finished, she was already a big woman. She wanted to release her. They were promising to her. They already told her how much she was going to know. She said she didn't want to work there, that she would rather go to another place. So she went to another hospital to work. Now, immediately after her degree, she did her master's, earning more money. Now she's running her PhD. So because she had a master's already, she was working in an hospital and also lecturing as a nurse lecturer, you understand? Now running a PhD. So that is the country where they give opportunities to people. So if you really want to go to school because there are a lot of opportunities for you out there when you go to school. If you don't want to go to school, there are still some jobs for your level. It's in category. If you feel this is my level, this is the level I want to attain, the opportunity is there, the room for you. The room is there for you to build, to live that dream. But this is a country where a lot of people don't have the percentage of those that have the opportunity that are minimal. And those are even people that are closer to the government or they are closer to the owners of these investments or this company we're talking about. So the youth, you can't really blame them 100% for venturing into so many things. People want to survive. Do you know what it takes? Just fast for 2 days. This fast, you will still eat once or twice, and you see what hunger means. I think that's even one of the reasons I'm a Muslim. That's one of the reasons that will tell you to fast, so that you will feel what other people are feeling. You're a rich man, but try and fast for a day. What you go through while you're fasting is what some people go through on a daily basis. You understand? So now tell me if this person have an opportunity to make money somewhere or probably steal or do something bad. It takes the grace of God for you not to do some bad things to survive, to roof over you. I'm not talking about shelter now or clothing. I'm just talking about the basic thing, which is food. You need to know what a lot of people go through to eat. I've been through it at some point. You understand? I know how it feels. So the government should try. They should try and look around. People are suffering. The youth are suffering. That's why a lot of youth are venturing into so many illegal things for survival. There is more to do, especially for graduates. There is a lot to do. If we see that graduates are doing well, then people will be encouraged to go to school. They'll be encouraged. Like you said, it's not everyone that will go to school, but I think education goes a long way in molding you into a better person. It gives you a kind of confidence. It gives you, if I'm not educated, I won't be on this platform today. As I am, I still want to go to school. I want to do so many things, but then I'll be like, okay, fine. After doing this, what do I want to gain with it? But I know it might not really. It's for me now. Any other education I'm getting is to better myself, is to empower myself, is to nurture myself. You understand? Not really because I want to go to school and because I want to use the certificate to get a job somewhere. And so, but it should. This is a country where, as an actor, sometimes I'm broke and I'll be like, what kind of job can I do? But then it's not possible. You can't juggle 2, 3 jobs together in this country. But some other part of the country, you can do 2-3 jobs together to make ends meet. Opportunity is not really there. Sometimes it's not there. If I have jobs I can do now, because this is a country where if you really want to survive and smart and be comfortable, you have to do like 2-3 jobs to make ends meet, because that one is not even enough to eat. How won't your landlord knock at your door at the end of every year? How won't you get a quick notice because you're unable to pay? Because things are hard, and that is the truth. And it's so unfortunate that most of our leaders are not going through these, and they're not seeing the pains because they find they're good, but then they need to look into the pains of the masses, the youth. You understand? We have a lot of youth that are now into all forms of internet frauds today, all forms of shady things today. It's because of survival. Hunger is real. Like my father would say, call a party today, call a birthday party today, and just mistakenly put it on Facebook. You will see faces that you didn't invite to your event. You will see them, you'll be shocked. They're just at your, they're not there because they love you. They're there because they just want a plate of rice and a drink, and that's it. Some of them, that is what they're going to have throughout the day. So thank you very much. So now the other question, if you're coming into acting for money, well, I tell people, like I said it during the course of my speech, this is not a career you venture into because you want to make money. Like I said, it's like an investment. You don't start making money immediately. It's a long-term investment. And even when you start making money, it's not every day you make money. There are times you'll be in the house a week, 2 weeks, and nothing will happen. And there are times you get gigs that you'll be busy, you won't even be in your house for a month. So it's like that. But if your intention is to make money, I would say there is money in the industry, but then it's not the right profession for you. That means when you get broke, or probably when you get a call to be on a gig that is not going to pay you, but probably have some other values beyond money, or that is not money, you won't do it. So the calling has to be there, the passion has to be there. Like I said, it's a spiritual thing, it's like a calling. If you don't have it, you have no business in the field. That is why you see a lot of actors that will just come and they will go. Same thing, those who sing, the musical artists as well, they come and they go because the passion is not there. They feel, oh, these guys are making money, Davido is making money, Whiskey is smiling to the bank, but no, the passion is there. Like for me, I tell a lot of people, I didn't even know, I wasn't thinking fame, I wasn't thinking of so many things before I found myself in this job. Maybe if I thought about it, I wouldn't even be here today. I just found myself in this job because of passion. Passion has to be the key thing for you in this career as an actor. Thank you very much. Hello, Mr. Tose.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. We are so much appreciate you for those brilliant response and the words that was conveyed during in your speech. We so much appreciate you, and we are glad to have you. Up next, I want to recognize in the house engineer King Adedotun. Is one of the advisors for this event. He has been doing this for so many years, since we kickstarted this event, first edition, second edition, third edition, fourth edition. And engineer Akin Adedotun is an international engineer, not though he's from Nigeria, and has had the opportunity working in different countries, in MTN Ghana, in Airtel in Nigeria, and so many other organizations. So he's here today. Join me as I recognize engineer Akin Adedotun. You might want to say one or two things just to encourage.
Thank you very much for actually, I've been traveling, and I told you this is performance and budget time for our business. So I'm heavily involved. I want to thank all the panelists. At least I've started in the last 1.5 hours, and I really enjoyed everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you for our deputy governor for coming. Tony Alausa, thank you very much. We always see you people on Twitter. It's nice to see you. Jide, also it's nice to see you. We see you on the screen. It's a pleasure. Please keep encouraging Tosin. Tosin started a long time. Please don't leave him. I believe so much in him. I believe so much in growth, and I know he's going to go bigger than this. In fact, when I was in Ghana, also he was there to do something for Ghanaians that time. He was going to start to Kenyan or something like that. So this guy has a lot going around for him. So please, let's keep helping him. And also all the things that he's doing also, I think I'm a failed youth entertainer. He knows the business I started, I failed, and two reasons why I failed. One is bookkeeping. My bookkeeping was bad. I was missing my salary, my own expenses with the necessities of the company. I realized it later, but I can't go back to that now. Second one is involving religious people. Oh, just because I'm going to this mosque, I'm going to this church, this person can do this job, I bring them into. When it comes to business, please treat everybody as a business. Even if it's your wife, your sister, if it's your in-law, please don't compromise as an entrepreneur. You have to be, bottom line is you making it, not just because you want to satisfy friends. These friends will come later when you have made it. So thank you very much, Tosin, for the opportunity. I hope I'll be able to be present sometime, physically, not virtually, by God's grace. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. We really appreciate that short but mighty statement. You know, I believe those who understand the you know, when you see a liquid that is very thick, you can really identify it. All right, thanks so much. We appreciate you for that short remark, and we appreciate you once again. And we'll be taking post session right now, just for 1-2 minutes. Then when we return, we'll be having the next speaker, Benga Motor Show, with us. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much, everyone. So we'll be having the summary of the voting from the poll as the program progresses. So now, from the program, the next speaker is the Honorable Commissioner for Information, Bingomoto Shaw, and I learned is currently on assignment for His Excellency. You know, media people, particularly commissioners for information and CPS, they have no resting place. They are more like editors in the newsroom. When your phone will ring at 1 a.m. and you just have to set out. I've worked in the media before. I've worked at The Nation before, and then I've been an editor of an online newspaper as well. So I know what it takes. Even when your wife is delivering a newborn baby and they call your attention, and you have news to write to send to the newsroom, you just have to write the story if you don't want to lose your job. Your work does not come in place but things are changing in this climate. So I'm going to be inviting Paul Demilade, who is going to be reading a short profile of the Honorable Commissioner. Mr. Benga Motosho, and Mr. Awoshika, Toyin Awoshika, is standing in for the Honorable Commissioner. From what I learned, Mr. Toyin Awoshika is director at the Ministry of Information and Strategy, Public Enlightenment, if I'm not mistaken. And I can tell you, for so many of you listening to this program and you want to work with government, before you become a director, you must have worked, let's say 16, 22 years, if I'm not mistaken. So he has that kind of years of experience for him to hand that. And the next time you're going to hear his name, maybe you have become a permanent secretary at that time. So over to you, for Demilade, to read the profile of His Excellency, Honorable Commissioner. Thank you.
Mr. Gbenga Omotosho, a multiple award-winning journalist, a columnist, a media strategist, social critic, member of Nigerian Guild of Editors, and member of Nigerian Union of Journalists, was born on November 11, 1961. He attended the University of Benin, Nigeria, where he bagged a Bachelor of Arts degree in English and Literature in the year 1984, and followed it with a Master of Public and International Affairs at the University of Lagos, Akoka, which he successfully completed in 2007. His professional competencies include information management, policy formulation, and human reputation management, amongst others. His early 35 years experience in media began as a trainee sub-editor at The Guardian, where he rose to become deputy editor, editor of Guardian Express, and editor of The Guardian on Saturday. He was the pioneer editor of The Comet in 1999 until it was rested in 2006 when he joined The Nation as editor. The publication has since grown into Nigeria's widest circulating newspaper, being published in Lagos, Port Harcourt, and Abuja. Amongst the awards received in course of his career include the DAME Inform Commentary 2010, Nigerian Media Merit Editor of the Year 2013, Nigerian Media Merit Editor of the Year 2015, and Nigerian Media Merit Editor of the Year 2017. Mr. Gbenga Omotosho is from Osun State, and he loves reading, sporting, and playing music.
Thank you very much, Paul Demilade, one of the team members for that. So I present to you the Honorable Commissioner of Information, Lagos State, Mr. Motosho, an award-winning journalist who is going to be filling some vacuum on the connecting areas when we talk about entrepreneurship, innovation, and we talk about the information gap that I've been talking about. There's been so many questions on information dissemination by some of our participants, which I believe he will be in the best position to answer that question. So, Mr. Toyin Awoshika, over to you.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Can you go ahead, sir? Yes,
okay, thank you.
Sir. Can you go ahead?
Good afternoon, all. I stand on existing protocol. Thank you, Mr. Adeshile, for the commissioner's apology. I don't need to say much on that. You already said it. He's out with the governor, and as usual, a very busy man. He would have loved to be here because he told me personally the passion he had, especially for youths, but unfortunately, exigencies of duty would not allow him. So thanks for the apology, and please let's accept his apology. Before I go on, please let me just say briefly that much I have to say has to do with what the Lagos State government has done towards youth empowerment, skills acquisition, and the like. I would cut it short because there is so much to say. But I understand since we already have quite a number of speakers already and many more to, I wouldn't want to bore you. So I would like to go as fast as possible without losing the quality of what I have to say. Let me start with the introduction by Mr. Adeshile. who spoke on technology, technical education, and grammar education. That was very beautiful. That is where we missed it. And that is why we have the problems we have today. The choice we made then in choosing the grammar, the beauty of the British, has led us to where we are today. We are more of a theoretical than a practical nation. Technology, technical education, sorry, has been downplayed over the years. In fact, in the 70s, 60s, 80s, people saw it as like for second class people. People who couldn't make the university went to the technical education sector. And this really has caused us so much. Whereas structures had been in place right from the 60s, the 70s for practical education. We had trade centers all over federal states impacting and developing skills. We had city and guild and so many international and local education for skill certification. There were also numerous companies, local and multinational, to employ these people. But however, one way or the other, we went for the theoretical aspect, neglecting the technical aspect. And this, like I said, has led us to job hunting instead of job creation, thus presenting the ugly situation the country finds itself. I would equally like to commend your emphasis on the youths and patience and the need to avert the get rich quick syndrome. The actor that also mentioned this, which I like, our youths are too eager. Everybody wants the big car to travel, to be the celebrity, without knowing that you have to work for these things. You mentioned the other time that to be a director, you have to have spent 16 years, much more than that, almost 25, 30 years, moving from one grade to the other, doing different, performing different duties. Like me, I've worked as public relations officer in virtually all Lagos state government ministries and even some agencies. So our youths have to learn to be patient in order to get to the top. And then when they get to the top, they will be confident themselves, not this get money quick and die quick, as it were. I would also like to commend you for mentioning that without effective communication, there is a big problem. What we have presently is that information gap between the youths and government. Governments at all levels, local, state, and federal, are doing so much for youth empowerment, youth development. But one way or the other, there is this disconnect between the youths and government. That's why I said most of what I will say this afternoon are efforts by government in bridging this gap. It is the bridge, that is the communication aspect of it, bridging the gap. Many want to be influenced into skill acquisition to practical education, but they believe it's a second class something. They have graduates, I'm an engineer, I'm a this and that. But you, who are you? I'm an accountant, I'm a lawyer. You don't want to say I am a technical person. Many feel bad, but when they get the opportunity like we have this afternoon, which I must commend this forum, it's another beautiful platform of communication. All those listening now are seeing the benefits, the other side, as it were, of practical education as against the beauty of the social arts. Let me put it that way. The accounting, the law, mass comm, and co. They are good, but you equally have the technical aspect, which is also very, very important. I would also like to commend Engineer Dedotun for inspiring the youths. I'm inspired because I've been like him too. I've had numerous personal failed projects, but I was able to bounce back just like Engineer Dedotun said. He not just bounced back, he's now an international engineer, as it were. This is what our youths need. Don't be afraid to fail. It is when you fail that you will learn, except you don't want to learn from your failure. When you fail, you go back to the drawing board, see where you got it wrong, and move on. Equally, I want to commend the federal government's recent unbundling of mass communication as a course in tertiary institutions in the country. This will certainly aid entrepreneurship. Before, it was mostly journalism, advertising, and what have you. But now you have so many photo production, print, and that 7 or so different areas in which our youths will now go acquire different skills in these areas and become employers of labor. Certainly, this will boost the job, the job environment in the country. Like I said, government has done so much, but let me just briefly mention just the introductory part of the Honorable Commissioners prepared whatever speech, and then we go briefly one by one into various Lagos State government efforts at developing youth skills. Development is a construct, as a construct, has been conceptualized differently. At the level of individual, it implies skill and capacity development, greater freedom, creativity, self-discipline, responsibility, and material well-being. Development is also socio-cultural, economic, and spiritual well-being of a society. In a truly developed state, there is assurance of good quality of life, exercise of human rights, freedom to participate. From the foregoing, development implies enhanced quality of life, equity, and justice, as it takes into consideration the well-being, growth, and advancement of individuals within society. On the other hand, entrepreneurship has always been a process, and it's still a process undertaken to create incremental value and wealth by discovering investment opportunities, organizing enterprises, undertaking risks and economic uncertainty, thereby contributing to economic growth. An entrepreneur has ambition, capacity to take moderate risks, organizing ability, persistence, vision. These are beautiful qualities for any entrepreneur and any forward-looking individual. By this, he provides employment for himself, and not himself alone, other people, and is a source of employment creativity, thereby engendering wider distribution of wealth. Ladies and gentlemen, for a nation to thrive on growth and development, it is imperative she empowers her youth, because these youths are at the forefront of change and innovation. Many have the spirit to make things happen. They just need to be given the opportunity to excel. As a society, I doubt if you can survive without truly listening to our young people and helping them to develop their skills. How do they take up the mantle of leadership if they are not properly empowered? Therefore, they need to encourage these youths and empower them and never be overemphasized. The role of entrepreneurship in any society cannot be overstated, sorry, as entrepreneurs create jobs. Without entrepreneurs, jobs will not even exist. Their ambition to continue their business growth eventually leads to the creation of new jobs. Entrepreneurs create change. They give to society. They add to national income. Briefly, how do they create this change? They dream big. So naturally, some of the ideas will make worldwide changes. They might create new products that solve burning problems or take on various challenges to explore things that had never been explored before. They give to society. How? They are some of the biggest donors to charity and non-profit activities, profitable activities for various social, economic, even political causes. Some seek to invest their money in creating solutions to help poorer communities have access to things taken for granted, like drinking water and good healthcare. Entrepreneurs add to national income. How? They generate new wealth in an economy, bring up new ideas, improved products or services that allow for growth of new markets and new wealth. Lagos State government, let me now go to mentioning the various laudable steps taken by the state government over the years, and these are still very much on, tested to improve the skills of our youths. Government, in relation of stated facts of entrepreneurship and innovation, has taken giant strides to empower its youths. They have numerous initiatives which have been conceived, coordinated, and implemented by numerous agencies as the Ministry of Wealth Creation and Employment, Ministry of Education, Agriculture, Youth, and Social Development. There is, in order to reduce the rates of employment in the state, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu recently approved an internship program for 4,000 unemployed graduates in line with the theme's agenda. This program addresses the third and fourth pillars of the present administration's theme's agenda, which are education and technology, making Lagos a 21st century, while beneficiaries are being paid monthly stipend of 40,000 for the 6 months duration of the internship. There is also the graduate internship placement program, which is designed to give candidates, especially graduates, the opportunity to develop employability and work-ready skills needed to secure gainful employment if they have to, or to prepare them to create jobs, as it were, later. There is also the Youth Economic Empowerment Scheme, yes, which is the state government's first economic empowerment scheme, designed to make 900 youths self-reliant and to cultivate entrepreneurial spirit to generate employment in addition to reducing poverty. Quite recently, state government, through the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, LSETF, unveiled the 5 billion Lagos Economic Acceleration Program, LSETF LEAP, to help micro, small, and medium enterprises in the state to recover, save, and create more jobs post-COVID-19. This initiative is a financial loan support that will provide access to affordable finance and single-digit interest rates. This matters a lot, but what they will return certainly isn't as much as is done by other financial institutions. It will enhance capacity building, give them access to market linkages, and leverage business expansion. Since 2016, when the Employment Trust Fund was established, it has been able to create employment and entrepreneurship opportunities to reduce unemployment in the state. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu recently presented the state's 2021 budget, christened Budget of Rekindling Hope, to the House of Assembly. This was carefully prepared to ensure heavy investment in the development of human capital, with special focus on youth employment and provision of social safety for young people. The state government has equally commenced the recruitment of eligible and interested candidates for the batches 4, 5, and 6 of its Lagos Agripreneurship Program under the Agriculture-Based Youth Empowerment Scheme, Agric-YES. Someone mentioned earlier, agriculture, I think it was the Deputy Governor, agriculture will create employment opportunities, breed entrepreneurs. But like I think it was Adeshile said again, it's a different thing to put in place a business. It's another thing to sustain these businesses. How do you manage these businesses? This is where the agripreneurs comes in. It brings business into agriculture for sustainability. In order to prepare graduates for its life after school, the Ready, Set, and Work scheme was launched. This is another entrepreneurial and employability training program aimed at ensuring that every student who graduates from any tertiary institution in Lagos has the knowledge, skills, and attitude to gain employment. Thus, thousands of graduates have been empowered from this scheme. Similarly, the Code Lagos scheme aimed at making coding, education, and technology accessible to Lagosians, principally youths, as it holds across the 6 education districts of the state with a total of 611 facilitators and over 27,000 participants. The present Sanwo-Olu administration equally launched the LSETF, Lagos Employment Trust Fund W initiative, to help women birth their entrepreneurial dreams into reality. Last year, the governor presented checks to 794 female beneficiaries, partnering Access Bank, with them receiving up to 5 million naira to allow these women come for financial inclusion and improve their businesses. Similarly, in a bid to help businesses recover from the COVID-19 pandemic, a 5 billion Lagos Economic Acceleration Program, LSETF LEAP, as mentioned earlier, was unveiled. This is a sector-specified intervention program aimed at supporting medium and small-scale enterprises, driving growth and enabling growth, job creation. The program seeks to provide access to affordable finance at single digits interest rate. The emphasis is always on single digits because of the loan repayment. Widows are not left out, and other vulnerable women, as the state's empowerment scheme, at a mega empowerment program held at the Blue Roof Alausa in 2019, 1,050 vulnerable women were empowered with working tools such as sewing machines, hair dryers, clippers, pepper grinding machines, generators, and popcorn making machines, to mention a few. This would empower these women, these widows, to be self-reliant as well as job creators. They don't necessarily have to cry that their families have neglected them since their loved ones died. Yes, the families should assist. When they don't assist, once they are self-reliant, then they too will even start assisting fellow people in their own position. I would just like to limit it. I've already stated over 12 for you to see that the state government is very much committed to youth development, for them to acquire necessary skills to ease or even eliminate job hunting and make them job creators. I would like to state that state employment strategy has a skill acquisition dimension for those who want to acquire vocations in textile design, hairdressing, barbing, cosmetology, Ankara development, decorations, amongst others. Obviously, you will see that in addition to creating a new crop of entrepreneurs and job creators, job hunting, which it has led to numerous social problems. People have committed suicide when they don't get jobs. Marriages have crashed, all because of inability to secure jobs. But with this new orientation, the emphasis is on reorientation, as well as communicating these various things, these schemes, these programs. It will benefit the youths and attract them to this well-endowed sector. The deputy governor has listed so much, Ogun State government has done. I have listed so much, the Lagos State government has done and is doing in skills acquisition and orientating these youths to become job creators instead of job hunters. Certainly, this is another beautiful communication platform, and I'm sure all those who have listened now have better views on all what government is doing. The next step for them is to get in touch with relevant government agencies to see how they can equally tap into this. Like I said, I don't want to bore you because I know there have been 2-3 speakers, that we still have 2-3 others. Thank you very much for your attention. God bless.
Thank you so much, sir, for that brilliant. You did it in an academic manner, and I must really say thank you so much for that. So I don't know if there are questions for Mr. Tony Aoshika to take for the Honorable Commissioner for Information. So where
Can I ask a question?
Can the government, okay, yeah, this is coming from one of our panelists. Can the government, with the support from Yolec, review all the good empowerment schemes in a public sitting environment to evaluate lessons learned and put energy in the most valuable one for the greatest impact? So that's the first question to you, sir. And second question,
I didn't get that
sir, okay. Can the state government,
okay,
with the support of Yolec or the organizers of this event,
okay,
review all the good empowerment schemes,
okay,
in a public sitting environment,
okay,
to evaluate lessons learned and put energy in the most valuable one for the greatest impact.
Okay.
Okay, that's the first one. And then secondly, I'll be saying this, that the truth of the matter is this is a leadership entrepreneurship conference. And then from all the speakers so far, we've been able to see from the government angle, they were able to tell us what they have been doing, and also heard from people who are entrepreneurs, who are private people. But from all that has been said at this program, the truth of the matter is a need for tracking based on the question that was sent in by Mr. Kindo, tracking. Because we see on different pages of newspaper, on radio, on TV, they are doing empowerment schemes. How many people are benefit from this empowerment scheme? Because I found out that for every time you see empowerment scheme stories in newspapers, you see comments by people saying they don't know who has received it, they don't know how to receive it, they don't know how to receive it. My question, you might not, I don't know, maybe you take it for the Honorable Commissioner, you might not be able to answer it. But the question is just that all these empowerment schemes, are they always for only words? We have words and we have people in the political parties who are beneficiaries. Is it for them or is it for the masses? So that there will be a clear distinction. So that whenever people get to hear that announcement on TV, they won't bother themselves. Because sometimes people will hear the empowerment scheme. At the end of the day, we find out that it's not for the public. It's for people who find themselves in the world. And these people in the world are the voters. So that means ordinary man, ordinary woman cannot have access to it. So that's also one. Then there's another one. Orientation and communication is key, and thus the need for government to initiate the mass mobilization to banish ignorance in our society. So I think because there's a proverb that says ignorance is no defense. So I don't know if you want to respond back to this, Mr. Awoshika.
Thank you very much.
Continue.
For the first question, it's talked about lessons learned and how to partner your organization to develop entrepreneurship in the public space. I think that is very obvious. Government has been partnering so many organizations, so many NGOs. It has partnered Access Bank and so many other financial institutions. So certainly, government, at least Lagos State government, I'm very sure, will partner your organization. Even the Honorable Commissioner accepting to attend this is a form of partnership. For at least now, as well as numerous other people, have an idea or better idea of what government is doing towards reducing unemployment through skills acquisition. So certainly lessons have been learned. That is why government is an institution. Your organization is another institution, private institution, public institution. You are a young organization. The state government has been on for over 50 years. So certainly that partnership, a lot of lessons has been learned by government. Even you, Mr. Adeshile, you've learned so much in your young period on earth. So certainly the collaboration between agencies and organizations, private ones like yours and government, will certainly be a plus for society. Talking of beneficiaries, as noting that mostly political and words, and I don't really think so. But let me first say that the politicians are part of society. That's the first thing you must realize. You have students, different categories, primary, secondary. You have private sector, the multinationals, the organized private sector. You have political parties. So a society is made up of socio-economic and political groups. So if you want to say quite a number of these things go to the political class through the wards and other political organizations, they are part of society. You forget, are these same people not graduates of our various institutions? They are graduates themselves. Even most of them are in politics because they couldn't get employment. But now that they have skills, so many of them leave politics if you don't know, or combine politics with their newfound skills. But again, the partnership of the Employment Trust Fund, and Access Bank certainly isn't for political. Access Bank wouldn't just partner state government strictly for the political class. No. The NGOs, UNICEF, all these other international donor agencies, of course, none of them deal directly with political. So, like I said, it's the combination of both the political class, the economic class, the education, everybody. So government has been doing for all. If you go a bit further, for instance, if you go to the social platforms of the Ministry of Women Affairs and Poverty Alleviation, you will see the number of beneficiaries. I've read out so many, 2,611 social and social facilitators beneficiaries. I've listed quite a number. If you go to these sites, we will find so many of them. And it is part of the communication bridge we're talking about. This forum has exposed some. At least now you know the programs, you have an idea of some of the beneficiaries. If you now take a step yourself, everyone helps those who help themselves. It's now time for the people themselves. Go to this go to Access Bank, LSCFW initiative, go to Employment Trust Fund, go to Ministry of Women Affairs and Poverty Alleviation, go to Wealth Creation Ministry. If you go through their platforms, you will be better informed of number of beneficiaries, available programs, when these programs take place, amongst others. And finally, mass mobilization to banish ignorance. It is ongoing. What do we do in Ministry of Information? I'm the Director of Public Enlightenment and Community Relations. What do we do? Every day you find us in various communities. Now, for instance, this is the end of the year. We are doing the Ember Month campaign and end of the year, Don't Drink and Drive campaign. We go to market women and men and market women. We go to the various motor garages. We attend meetings of motor mechanics, hairdressers, pepper grinders. We are at Ikorodu recently for the pepper grinders. So we talk one-on-one with them. It's part of banishing ignorance. We encourage people to go to social platforms. It is part of banishing ignorance. There are so many docudramas run on radio, television, and social media. You use drama to send clear messages. It is part of banishing ignorance. You cannot just say you banish ignorance. If I have information available and I refuse to tap into the information, then I'll continue to wallow in ignorance. But you can see so many things government is doing. We produce posters, flyers every time. We run jingles, everything. See, the tax jingle is on. COVID jingle is on. Pay your tax jingle is on. The employment opportunities, the skill centers. Yesterday on Traffic Radio, an assistant director from Ministry of Women Affairs and Poverty Alleviation was there to throw light on various programs of the ministry. So it's a continuous effort by all governments, not only government, individuals too. You are equally assisting through this forum to shed more light on developments all across. So it's a partnership between government and the people to banish ignorance. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Sir, before I allow you to continue listening to the program, there's another question, and I think this one is very important. It's from one of the attendees, and it goes thus: can't the state government scrap the rule that says civil servants should not engage in other business? We have many youths in the civil service that want to venture into other business to create jobs and to supplement the little salary being paid by the government. But because the rule does not permit, a lot of resources and talents are being wasted and many are being discouraged. I believe it's time for government to review the rules. And before you go ahead to answer this, what I will say is that from my experience, the government, I'm aware that the only job that you can combine with civil service job is agriculture. So maybe the attendee that sent out, maybe want to be a pastor, want to have his church. So can we know or can you help us get back to the government? Or probably let me allow you to respond. So there is a counter response on that, so that we all get to learn from you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That policy came into place in order for public servants, not necessarily civil servants, public servants, including local governments and the agencies now, for public servants not to lose focus of public service. I'm a journalist in Ministry of Information. If I'm doing full-time printing or full-time public relations, I will not be able to focus on the mass communication job I was employed to do. So that was the real emphasis, is to enable public servants stay focused to public service. But you will recall, government has never penalized or stopped any public official after closing from embarking on any policy, any job it wants to undertake. In fact, if you recall, where ShopRite is now, next door to the secretariat here, when WAPA was there, civil servants were always there after closing to train on soap making, hat making, bead making, and all these things. There is the Lagos State government agency just by Penn Cinema there. Civil servants go in their spare time, weekends, to learn skills acquisition. Government has even of recent been encouraging civil servants to augment their salaries with private jobs, but it must not conflict with government duties for which you are being paid for. That is, during official period, you must not engage in such. But in your free time, when you're on leave, then even when you're going on retirement, I'm retiring very soon. The emphasis now is on people like us now to gradually start thinking of life outside the public service. We have done public service for about 33 years, but we still do it to the very last day. But again, when that service will not be there again, when you retire, you have to go into something. So government is equally encouraging us. When you have just about a year now, government ensures that we undertake another reorientation towards job creation. So for those in service, as you attend regular training on your job, going for further academic and practical courses to make you a better civil or public servant, so does government encourage you in your spare time to equally be a job creator. There's nothing stopping when I close. If I have a barbing salon, it is not obstructing me. I'm not the one there. I've employed someone there. Even at home, I work 24 hours. We're writing stories, writing features, sending social messages. So we're even working beyond the normal time. There's no normal time, especially for senior management. So also people have private businesses. You run business on behalf of people. Your brother has a business, he has no time. You employ someone on his behalf and monitor. It is still part of it to augment your salary, especially we know the times we are now, the difficult times. Salary alone cannot augment you, and government doesn't want you to go into negative vices. So it encourages you, but the emphasis is don't let it conflict with your public service duty. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Mr. Toyin Awoshika. We really appreciate you for that experience full of nature that you have shared with us. And I'm sure that the person that sent that question must have been able to learn one thing. The truth of the matter is that the way what government allows, like what government allows its workers to do, no private organization will allow it. But I won't say more than that, so that we not open ourselves out in the public. But the truth of the matter is, we have so many government workers who are also doing their small business, as long as they don't dabble into politics. Yes. And something that will look more confrontational, that will take the attention to the people they are superior. I think there is no problem about that. So, and I feel Mr. Toyin also mentioned something about retirement, that okay, retiring very soon and so on. And the question now is for young people who are training themselves now and are working with government or federal government, they should have a plan, what they call a retirement plan, which by the time they are exiting, they would have something they can fall back on. I think the government job will always be there for people to work. It's not compulsory for everybody to be working in private and so on. So I think we should all think and see how we can put it together. So up next, we are meant to be having a fireside session, and one of the panelists in the fireside session is currently in the session and it's going to be out soon. So I don't know if um, as one of our panel speakers, Tony Alausa, we permit for her to come on board now. Then after which, after our speech, we now have the fireside session so that while we are waiting for Dominic Nwagu, one of the founders of Publicia Faithful in Nigeria, and they are also the one that founded Lag Book. They have heard of Lag Book that was sold for a big amount of money in dollars, like the way Lag did. Those guys are doing great, and I want them to share their success story with us here. And there are still so many other things that we are still going to be talking about in the program. So if Pen Alausa is okay with that arrangement, would be taking that. We'll just take 1 second's time off, and then we'll take her as she comes forward to give us her lecture. The program is still 4.0 Young Leaders Entrepreneurship Conference, and we are looking at development and entrepreneurship, and then looking at ways at which we can balance, entrepreneurship, innovations, and development. So we'll be taking Tony Alausa shortly. Okay, thank you very much. So we'll be taking our highly celebrated actress. So we'll be reading her profile shortly. Okay, I'll be reading the profile of Tony Alausa. Tony Alausa was born January 4, 1978. She's an award-winning Nigerian actress. She's a motivational speaker and an entrepreneur. She's a mother. She's from Ijebu-Ode in Ogun State. I guess there's a challenge with our speaker. Most of them are from Ogun State. I'm just surprised you're having that. Okay, Tony is from Ijebu-Ode in Ogun State, southwest Nigeria. She's the only child of her mother and the fourth of 6 children in a polygamous family. Her father is a Muslim while her mother is a Christian. And she has a single mother with a grown-up son called Rotimi Muiwa. Tony Alausa started her acting career at a very tender age. She came to limelight in 1997 with roles in soap operas such as Tales by Moonlight, Memorial Hospital, Treasures, Family Ties, Edge of Paradise, Super Story, and so on. She has starred in other movies titled Omoniyu, Omotara Johnson, very popular for that. For those of you that have watched Omotala Johnson, she also featured and starred in Abuja Connection, Women in Power, Executive Crime, Beautiful Faces, and many others. Alasa has also worked with top actors in the country, including Buki Wright and Dayo Amusa. And she's a lover of young people. She's also an entrepreneur herself, and that's one of the reasons why she allowed to also speak at this conference. Permit me to bring on board our celebrated actress, motivational speaker, master of ceremony, and entrepreneur, Toyin Alausa, who is currently not in the country, but she said, even if I'm in China, I'll be speaking to the young people, and I'm privileged to present to you Toyin Alausa. You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deshule. I stand on all existing protocols. I want to say thank you for having me here. Thank you for bringing me on board. It's a sensitive topic, and I'm quite interested in what we've been discussing so far. I want to quickly say thank you to Her Excellency the Deputy Governor of Ogun State, my state, and like you rightfully said, most of us here, Jide also is from Ogun State, and she really said so much that I learned from. And of course, the last speaker, talking about Mr. Toyin Awoshika, thank you so much. You have said a lot that Lagos State has been doing. And I think I will just quickly add that maybe they need to look for more ways to give this information that you have given us here now. A lot of people out there are not privy to this information. Thank you so much. And we really appreciate what the Lagos State government is doing for the youth. And we are hoping that they will do more. To the convener, thank you very much. I'm happy to be a part of this. And first and foremost, I would like to say that, yes, I'm an actor, I'm an entrepreneur. I have a catering outfit that I did for a while. And along the line, I had to leave it for various reasons. Number one was time. I couldn't balance my time. When my acting career started getting, to a very high rise, my timing became very difficult to share. And with catering also, you have to be on ground. You can't just designate work to people. I mean, this is food. This is something that is sensitive. You don't just send people to go and prepare an order and you are not on ground to supervise or oversee. And especially when you don't have a reliable hand that can get the job done as properly as you would have wanted it to be. So instead of giving my outfit a bad reputation, coming up with complaints and having my customers complain all the time, I had to put it on hold to face my acting career, which of course, today I'm grateful to God that I channeled all my energy, my attention, my time to work, because to the glory of God, I've done well in the Nigerian movie industry, and I'm still hoping to do better than I have done now. So going back to the discuss of the day. For me, I feel that a lot still needs to be done when it comes to bridging the gap between entrepreneurs and the kind of information that is given to them. Take, for instance, the Nigerian movie industry, where we are, myself and my colleague Jide that spoke earlier on. A lot of things happen in the industry that the government is not even aware of. Honestly, they don't understand the level of determination that every individual in the arm of filmmaking have grown to have. Like, they have lost hope about the government supporting. Some are not even aware that they have one or two what's it called, benefits that the government have put in place for movie makers. They are not even aware of the information. They have lost hope in any form of support from the government to filmmakers. So what they do now is the source for their funds, they produce movies, and of course, piracy is still a problem. But even against all odds, we all see the other avenues that have opened up for people to market their movies, apart from the cinemas. There are this group of people who do movies that we see in traffic, the dwarf. I don't know if anyone has actually come across them. These people shoot their movies, only God knows how, but I have seen them several times in Maryland, in Ikeja, in Ojota. I see those people in the sun selling their movies. Now, what is the government going to do to this kind of people? I mean, what kind of information can we pass out there that these people need help? They are not sitting back and feeling deprived and feeling ostracized from the society, feeling neglected. They are doing something for themselves, and they are looking for ways to promote what they are doing so that people can see that they are not lazy. And of course, they have to think for themselves. Some of them are married with children who are also black, and they have to care for them. So they do that. I have seen people who studied theater arts and are not actors. They work in the back. And I have seen people who went to study insurance, who went to study business admin, who went to study law, who went to study other courses and are actors. So you don't say that because of what you have studied in school, that is the only thing that you can do. No, you have a passion, you have a talent. You can cross. You can tap into that and cross if you're not getting jobs, if you're not getting opportunities, if the government is not, because everybody keeps shouting government, government, government. And I've come to realize that it's not about what the government can do for you, it's about what you can do for yourself, for your country, and even for the government. Even for the government. The last speaker said so much that the government has put into place. Is this information out there for people in the remote areas? Do they know about all these facilities that have been put in place? Or is it people that don't even have tech phones, iPhones, laptops, iPads to get this information? People who are in the remote places, how does this information get to them? How are they aware of the measures that are in place for them? There has to be a way that they bridge this gap. You don't leave everything to, they read it in the papers. I know some adults, I'm not even talking about young people now. I know some adults who don't read the dailies or who haven't read the dailies in years. How do you expect such person to be privy to any information that is released in the dailies? I know of some people who cannot afford good phones. As we are saying that the telecommunication has become easy for anybody, even truck pushers and water carriers and water sellers using a phone. There are still some people who cannot afford a phone. Thereby, they cannot be online. Thereby, they cannot have this information. Which other avenues are they putting in place, to create awareness for these entrepreneurs on how to get their goods and services and skills out there and not be limited? The Nigerian movie industry is self-resilient. We've been working tirelessly doing stuff to ourselves. Fine, we cannot overemphasize the advantage of the technology, the advancement of technology, and how it has helped boost our industry. We cannot we cannot belittle that effect, because thank God for the apps, for all forms of movie apps that are out there now. People watch movies on YouTube, people watch movies on app. You can subscribe to YouTube channels to watch movies. You can subscribe to online television platforms to see Nigerian movies. Yes, but before then, we have been seeing Nigerian movies. You understand? So I just feel that a lot still needs to be done. And for young Nigerian entrepreneurs, what I think I've noticed, I don't want to like have a repetition of what everybody has said. I have listened to from what our mother said, Her Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Ogun State. I've listened to everything she said, and she has really shed so much light on this topic. And Jide has really done justice to this topic also. And Mr. Tony, the last speaker, also did a lot of justice to this topic. So I wouldn't want to go over everything also again, because I do have my own jobs here, and some of the things I have on ground have been talked about already. But I will just say a few things that I still feel that we cannot overemphasize. We have to keep talking about it for as long as possible. For the youth in this nation, I think some of the youth are putting other youth in a negative light, in the wrong way. I mean, when the president comes out to say Nigerian youth are lazy, come on, man. I think Nigerian youth are the most hardworking and creative youth that they can find in anywhere. I mean, in other parts of the world, compared to China. Young people in Chinese, people as young as 9, 10, 11, 12. We see them creating apps. We see them doing magnanimous things, in science and technology. But if you reverse that back to Nigeria, I can tell you that if we had given the same opportunity, if the basic amenities are in place, Nigerian youth will do fantastically well, like these other people. Jide was talking about, why are people going to Turkey? Why are people going to Canada? Why are people going to the US? Why are they relocating and looking for greener pastures? Because Nigeria is blessed. I agree to that 100%. Nigeria is blessed, but the system at times frustrates your talent, frustrates your creativity, frustrates your ideas. It doesn't really give you that leverage, that edge you need to make you become the best version of yourself. Let us face facts. But like I said earlier on, we don't have to wait on what the government can do. Create something, bridge the gap between the problem and the solution. Find a solution. There has to be a solution somehow. Go from looking for a job to creating a job. Go from making those complaints to, oh, you've identified the problem. This is the problem. Then what can I do? Can I bring a team of like minds, 4, 5, 10 of us? Can we come together to, to find the solution to what this problem is? Because Amazon is there today. What does Amazon do? Amazon brings a product, a manufacturer, and the end consumer of a product, brings them together. You can go on Amazon app and search for whatever you want and place an order, and voila, you have it at your doorstep, even to edibles, to food. So it's the way the world is evolving now. It has gone beyond anybody asking what their government can do. People are rising up to the task and becoming governments of themselves by themselves and propounding solutions to their problems. You know, some days ago, like 2, 3 days ago, I was going through Instagram and I came across Willie Awule's page. I'm sure Jide and some other people must have seen this. And there was this lady who we found. She's a lawyer. I mean, she was called to bar. And she's selling, I can't remember what it was that she was selling by the roadside, you know. And Willie Awule was actually making a public fundraising announcement for her that she needed money to take her business to the next level. Come on, man, this is a lawyer that went to school. We're not saying she's a dropout. She was even called to bar. What could have happened? The worst that can happen is that there is no chamber for her to, you know, to practice. And she can't just sit at home waiting for the government or waiting for somebody to come and give her food. So she had to start up a business. She became an entrepreneur. I mean, that's to tell you the kind of mind that Nigerian youth have. She has carried her certificate and put somewhere and got working, rolled up her sleeves and go working. Some people don't even go to any school. The paper sellers, they do fantastically well. Their own children are going to university. The kola nut sellers, the palm oil sellers, they are also entrepreneurs. What can we do? How can we modify what they are doing? Can somebody just come and say, okay, all the paper sellers in this area or in this constituency or in this ward, can they have an AC department where you can just, you know, Google paper seller in Surulere, for example, blah, 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 and, you know, the search that brings the quantity. What everything is paid online. People can create apps. People can create opportunities. Look at the way the COVID-19 caused Nigerians to start having dispatch riding. During the COVID-19, everybody became a dispatch riding company. Literally everyone. People started buying bikes. People started converting the Okadas because, of course, there was no Okada. They had banned Okada in Lagos for so long. Everybody started getting people to make this makeshift, what's it called, iron container where they put the goods for delivery. Everybody started doing delivery. That's one avenue, you know. And I think we can do better. Honestly, we can do better. We need all hands on deck. It is not, you don't have to be seen. Like Jesus rightfully said, I also used to think that way. I started off as a child. So my first time facing the camera, I was 8 years old in NTA Channel 10. There was nothing about stardom. I wasn't thinking about stardom when I started acting. And even at that, there was a time my career was challenged. Like there was very high competition. I didn't sit back and wait for anybody to pity me or tell me that, oh, because there's competition and you are not getting jobs, that means you're a failure. No, I rolled my sleeves, my sleeves, and I got working. That was when I started my outfit. I can tell you categorically that I started doing lead roles. I started becoming popular, and I still went to a bar. I went to sell finger food. I literally sent my son through secondary school doing finger foods for sale. If I rewind the hands of time back to this time, I'm sure I would have been doing home services by now, and people will be coming to pick up what I saw in the house, because then I just dumped my acting career and faced the catering. From selling finger foods from just one single table, I started having one long table. Before I knew what was happening, I had a full section of the bar to myself, and I was making some money. I wasn't waiting for anybody to hand over to me. I created the job for myself. Though it was a one-man business, it was hell of a time for me. Like DJ said, at times you get so challenged that you dump your business. You say you don't want to do it again, you are tired. You can't get tired when you have mouth to feed. And you're not going to look at the business Mrs. A or Mr. B is doing to compare to your own, because the journey, how you started, your motive, your driving force, they are not the same. Where you want to be in the next few years is not the same with where Mr. C or D wants to be. Everybody has different plans and different ideas for their life. And that is the driving force. That is what actually moved me. And at that time, I was doing it because I needed to make ends meet. Though I had passion for what I was doing, because I love cooking. I started cooking at a tender age, just like I started acting at a tender age. I tell the young ones around me, when I have the opportunity to talk to young people, I tell them, I said, what do you have in your hands? Even in the Bible, when Moses was confronted with the Red Sea and the children of Israel, I'm sorry, I'm going spiritual, but the spiritual rules, the physical. God asked, what do you have in your hand? He said, the rod. He said, stretch forth your rod. And it was the rod in his hand that he stretched forth that parted the Red Sea. There must be something in your hands that you can do. There must be something that you are good at. There must be something that you have passion for. This is what you're going to turn around to become your foundation, your basis of being an entrepreneur. Then how you now present what you have will determine the extent or the approval of people, of how people will accept your service, of how people will accept what you are offering. You don't just say that, oh, I'm good at cooking, and you don't have good packaging, or I'm good at sewing, you don't have good packaging. Look at the way Nigerian fashion designers are making, like they have gone all over the world, making an impact. Everybody wants to wear Nigerian designs. Let's face fast, they are doing beautifully well. Even to hairstylists, even to makeup artists, they're going outside to showcase what they have, their talent, their creativity in other parts of the world. So, we cannot overemphasize the place of information in all this, because first and foremost, if you can put what you're doing on social media, on the net, people can reach you from any part of the world. They can communicate with you. I have a makeup artist, the lady that makes me up professionally for events and all that. They call her from everywhere. She's gone as far as she's gone so far. She's going to London to do makeup just because somebody saw her job and said, look, I want you to make up my daughter on her wedding. Can you come to London? Yes. Anywhere in Nigeria, can you come to Kano? Yes. Can you come to Abuja? Yes. Why? Because her job is out there. And you can look her up, get information about her, and call her. She will come and render her services to you. Talking about excellence, I don't know how we got to this stage whereby everybody just believes that if they don't work in the office, they are not successful. Oh, I'm a graduate, I have a master's degree, and if I'm not in the bank, if I'm not in the government, then I'm not going to make it in life. I don't know how we got to that level. In the next 20 years, Nigeria is going to have a problem because nobody wants to do manual labor. Nobody wants to render services of manual labor. They believe our last speaker was talking about how we have gone from the grammar and left the technology. Now, technology is going to become the in thing. That is why people like Ayola Mechanics, they are making tremendous money. I guess Ayola, that's their name, yes, Ayola. They are making tremendous money because the people who work in that mechanic company are graduates. At their mechanic, they are all graduates. They know that they have to use the system to discover the problem of the car. Everybody knows what I'm talking about. They use the computer to discover the problem. They use computer to find solutions to the problem. It's in very few cases you see that they use manual, they use their hands to do any form of repair in the car. So if we are still in the era of people who think that, oh, I can't be a mechanic. Mechanics are always looking dirty. Yes, mechanics can be dirty, but they're going to be making very, very good money in 10, 20, 15 years to come. Like plumbing, like carpentry. They say, don't call me a carpenter, I'm a furniture designer. No problem. Whatever name you choose to call yourself, just realize that these are jobs that is still going to put us Nigerians in great levels amongst our counterparts all over the world. Because people import things that we can do in Nigeria just because we don't have faith or just because it is scarce to see. Then they are importing them. They're importing furniture from outside the country when we have good wood, when we have great wood, and we have great men who are into this creative, hand making beautiful furniture. Talking about farming, yes, farming is the next big thing. But how much information do people have about farming? Our last speaker was saying something that Lagos State government has plans for young farmers. Can they take this information to school? Let them start having, let them be privy to this information from youth, from when they are small, like from primary school, from secondary school. Give them the options. Don't wait till they get to the university before they start finding out that they can be this or that. Let them know from now. And parents should stop telling their children, oh, I want my daughter to be a lawyer, or I want my son to be a doctor. Oh, yes, it's good that they can be all of this, but there are other professional courses also that are equally good and can make them stand on their feet and be great men and women in future. Today, people with all their degrees end up opening salons. With all their degrees, they end up becoming beauticians. They end up becoming fashion designers. It's to tell you that these other avenues, these other areas are as equally as important as those ones too. Why would you want to go and study medicine at the end of the day, you come out and say you want to become a musician? How? We know people who have read law after so many years being called to bar, they still come back and become, actors and actresses. We have them in the industry. That means something was wrong somewhere. And I think that the information that they are getting is either distorted or is wrong. It's wrong. They make them believe that all these other professions are lesser people to the ones that are of the white collar jobs. It's not right to my own person. Like my son, I told my son, I said, look, you don't have to say because I'm an actor, you must be an actor by force. If you have passion for acting and you think you want to act, I'm not going to stop you, but I advise you to look deep, look inside yourself. What do you want to do? What do you believe in yourself that you can do effortlessly? That is what you should go and study so that you become the master of yourself. You will not think of working for anybody. You will start working for yourself. My son did mass communication, and I am proud to say that even though he is still working in an advertising company, he already has a business of his own by himself, registered. My son has a company on his own. And what does he do? Graphics. Because that's what he loves. That's what he wants to do. I said, fine. If that's what he wants to do, no problem. People keep telling me, oh, let me get to money. I don't have a say in what he's going to be because I'm not going to be with him for the rest of his life. I want him to do something that he will love forever, that he will not see as as if they're stopping him. It should be something that he loves to do. That is what his profession should be, so that he can grow old there. I think in my own profession as an actor, I am going to be an evergreen. When I'm 60, I'm still filming. When I'm 70, I'm still filming. God keep me alive. I'm not going to get tired of filming. I might retire as a caterer, but I will never get tired of filming. As long as I'm called, for a job, I would avail myself, because that is me. That Jide was saying it when Jide was giving his speech. I was just laughing. Jide said some people will go and come back. You didn't have to mention him. You didn't have to mention him. We know ourselves that we left and came back. You just feel there's a part of it that is missing. If you are not doing what you love, you just know that there's a part of you missing. And you will want what Yoruba calls Waloma Sinori Olori. Instead of you doing something for yourself, you're doing, So I think that a lot still needs to be done with the kind of information that is passed out there for people to receive. And also, I also like to add that some of the youth out there, they just believe that getting it fast, money is everything. At times, it's not about money. It's not about, oh, I want to do this thing so that I can get rich quick. How about doing this thing so that we can leave a legacy for the next generation? How about doing this thing? There are so many things that we are benefiting from today that were laid down, that were done by people of generations before now, and they were not wealthy. These people were not, you cannot call them wealthy people. They did not really make money. Maybe their children and children's children now benefited from what they had laid down, and I'm now making the money that their forefathers, grandfathers didn't make. How about doing something that will outlive you? Something that even when you're gone, your name would always be in the sand of time. Generations will come to hear about you and learn about the things that you have done, not only in goodwill, in creation, in innovation, start of something that would outlive you. Don't always start a venture based on, I want to make money out of it now. It has to be now. Someone asked a question that, what if what you have passion for is not fetching you money? I've forgotten how she coined or he coined the question. Your passion will not give you money immediately. That's just the truth. Maybe you might not have that information out there. Your passion cannot give you money immediately. You will do it for a long period of time. The Ogundes did not know. The fathers of theater in Nigeria, of drama, of filmmaking, Adelov. Adelov didn't know. Adelov didn't know that there will come a time people will make such huge money, huge impact in filmmaking. Neither did Ogunde. But today, they have laid a foundation that every other filmmaker is treading upon, and they are making so much money. I believe that the role of information still has a lot to do in the lives, in the journeys of entrepreneurs in Nigeria, and as many informations that can be collated and given out there, either by individuals, the government, groups, and youth, it will help people coming up, and we'll all be happy. Nigeria will be a better place. Thank you very much for having me, and God bless Nigeria, God bless Nigeria, and God bless Mr. Adeshile. And Mr. Adeshile, like I said, I'm not Mrs. I am Miss. I believe Mrs. is somebody who is married. I was never married. I'm a single mom, and that leaves me as Miss. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma. Apologies for the, I think I appreciate you for correcting me in that regard. So while you are still with us, we'll ask people that wants to take questions to send their question. And I believe you are still much with us, so because we are going to be going to fireside chat now. Then people who have questions for Tony Alausa should please send them to the chat box and email. So I'll be taking that, but we'll be taking fireside session now. And then we have Dominic Chidinwa in the house. Chidinwa is a Nigerian serial internet entrepreneur. He's a computer programmer and is also an award-winning entrepreneur. If you check his profile on the internet, you find out that he has fetched for himself a lot of pitch and he has won a lot of awards in the area of programming. And we know that today, when we talk about entrepreneurship, we are talking, if your business does not have a romance with what we call the technology, automatically your business is going nowhere. Yes, because so many people want to do business without having a close niche with the tech and the social media. So Chidi is going to be talking a lot in this regard. I'm going to be comparing the moderating this fireside session. And also we have with us here, the second person on the panel is Jide. His name is a medical doctor. And then, as I was saying the other time, I don't know what he's looking for in entrepreneurship. I pray one day he's not going to be doing business and forget to inject somebody with the wrong dose. No. So Dr. Johnson Babajide Oriyomi is a medical doctor by excellence. He holds a Bachelor of Medicine from prestigious, let me remove that prestigious, from Lagos State. I don't know, I thought it's Unilag when you say from, let's say from Lagos State University. So when you are reading it yourself next time, you can put the prestigious, but this conference, we don't want prestigious. So Jide has his first degree from LASU. He went ahead to pursue. Dr. Johnson currently works as an industrial claim management lead at one of Nigeria's top occupational health firm in Nigeria. And in his capacity as ICM lead, he currently consults in different capacities for several multinational, including Guinness, Nigeria PLC, Firstland, Capino, Waco, British American, Tobacco, and other companies. Jide is also an entrepreneur. He has a clothing line. And then recently, Jide took part in one Netflix movie that is coming up. So you can see the art of medicine and entrepreneurship that has combined together. So I present to us Chidinwa and Johnson Babajide. You're welcome to this fireside session. So, so at least I'm going to start with Chidi. I don't know whether, okay, well, let me allow Chidi to say something. Then let me allow Babajide doctor to say something before I take my question. Let them say hello to everyone.
Yeah, hello everybody. I'm Chidi Wogo. I'm an old friend of Tosin. Yeah, I knew Tosin when while I was still at the University of Lagos, and I'm happy here to to speak to you all.
Okay, thank you, Chidi. So to Jide.
Yeah, thank you for having me, Tosin. My name is Dr. Babajide Johnson. I'm glad to be here. I'm glad to have this discussion with this session. Yeah.
So thank you, Jide, and Dominic. So without wasting more time, we are looking at development entrepreneurship, and there are so many questions that we've prepared. So I'm going to be starting with Chidi. Chidi is going to be taking the first, going to be answering the first question. And then the first question has to do with technology and entrepreneurship. Uh, yes, you've been in the world of, I know from the days of Black Book, for those people who know about Black Book, and for those people who also know about Publicere, Chidi and his three brothers have been the brain behind them, and they've been a pride to Nigerians in the area of blazing trials with technology and so on. So and from all the experience you have garnered so far, you should be able to tell us or tell any entrepreneur that if your business is lacking technology relationship, then that means that business is not really going far. So, but I won't be the one saying that because I'm not. I'm also a tech person, but in my own corner, so that I will not embarrass myself when Chidi will be saying some tech language that I won't be able to answer. So, but the truth of the matter is entrepreneurship and technology. What do you think is what do you think entrepreneurs should tap into as far as technology is concerned for their business?
Yeah, thank you. For me, I believe that every business, as long as you're serious about your business, you have to definitely have a tech component in your business, because literally everything now is on the internet. Everything is leveraging on technology. Like, for example, if I want to work with somebody or somebody wants to work with somebody I know, the first thing we do is to Google, the business. Now, the reason why we do we Google the business is just to know if there's any third-party review about the business. And so if you tell me about your business and you tell me that you're an authority in your business, obviously I believe that if I Google, somebody must have said the same thing. So I believe that if you're serious about your business, you want to scale your business, you want to grow your business, you need to have at least a website. You need to somehow leverage on SEO, which is search engine optimization, because these days you realize that the name of your business, somebody else is using something similar, and when they Google it, you find out that somebody else, you're giving business to somebody else because your business is very similar to theirs, and since you did not optimize, your search engine results, you find people leaving your business to some other person's business. So there's so many things that you need when starting out the business, and one of them is you need to leverage on technology. A lot of even banks these days they leverage on technology. People hardly go to a bank or a physical bank. We use our phones. We dial a short code, maybe like *737 for GT Bank, or maybe we use the GT app. There's these days people no longer queue in banks anymore, because banks realize that you need to leverage on technology to be able to give adequately any banking service. I remember when I spent over a year outside Nigeria, I did not physically, go to a bank, and this was because there are other forms of ways to receive your money and get your money. These days we have even mobile wallet, and if you go to Kenya, M-Pesa is really big there. So it's I don't think it's anything that it'd be funny if I were telling somebody the importance of why they need technology in their business. The question is not, do you need technology in your business? The question is, how much technology do you need? Because we all know that technology helps you to scale operations. Look, for example, Dangote, right? Dangote has been in operation for about 30 years now. And if you look at similar tech businesses, for example, Facebook and Google, they've been in business for less than, for about 10 years plus, right? And if you look at the revenue they've generated and, and the impact they've created in society, it's a million times or a billion times more than that of Dangote. Why? Is because they leverage on technology. Technology helps you to scale impact. Technology helps you to be able to achieve something simultaneously across the wide area. For example, look at us right now. We are leveraging on technology, which is Zoom, to be able to meet together because of the pandemic, right? It's only possible that we are able to have this conversation due to technology. So I believe that technology is very important for any business growth. And the question is just how much do you need it? But it's definitely important.
Okay, thank you very much, Chidi. You've just given me another question I'm going to ask you, and you also spoke a lot on optimization. But I'll come back to you. Let me just go straight away to Dr. Babajide Johnson, who is also an entrepreneur and a medical personnel. Now, Chidi has said a lot about technology, business, and then you are in the medical line. Funny, as I would say, funny enough, or let's say lucky enough, you are also an entrepreneur that you are into other things that you do. Now, how have you been able to leverage technology in your profession, your medical profession as an occupational health doctor?
Oh, so that's a very good question. Like Chidi said, it's not a question of do you need technology, it's a question of how much technology do you need. So for one of the companies that I work with, we leverage systems like ERP as employee resource planning to plan a lot of resources. Entirely every medical company uses electronic medical record nowadays. The top one that is, so systems like this makes operation easier for you. So you don't have to go manual when you need to move stuff forward. So for example, say I want to supply something to a Chevron, I don't have to do a whole lot of paperwork and write and go through levels of approval to make it happen, which would kind of elongate the deliverables of that particular process. So you just leverage technological systems like ERP, EMRs. Just everything just goes and moves faster. So what usually takes you about 1-2 weeks to pull off, it takes you now 3 days, 2 days, and then you get it over with. So absolutely, nowadays technology, although we're a little bit backwards, when you go to the conventional medical settings like the general hospitals and tertiary medical institutions and all, but that's something I hope that we'll work on later and get better. But when it comes to private sectors, private hospitals, yes, they're leveraging on a lot of technology to make things work. And the companies that I work for actually did that also. So bottom line is technology actually makes us to work easier, makes things faster, and makes the business in itself scale easily.
Okay, thank you very much for that. So let me go back to Chidi, and then I'm going to be taking the question from this angle. Most entrepreneurs today are really tapping into the e-commerce. As you said while you are out of the country, you never had the opportunity of going to bank to queue there like we do here in Nigeria, because the way the government is addressing COVID-19 in Nigeria is different from other countries. We are further, we are fighting back. As the government is thinking they are fighting COVID-19, COVID-19 is fighting back. How? You see people still going to banks a lot, and bank wants to they want to adhere strictly to the government instruction of safety precautions, social distancing, spacing. And when you get to bank entrance, you see people locked. So many people trying to gain access, to the bank, because until the security man calls you, that's when you can enter the branch. So inside the bank is fewer, but outside the bank you have a lot of people crowded, body odor, smell, no social distancing, and so on. So the question is, somebody would have contacted COVID-19 outside and find his way inside and transmit the COVID-19 inside with the help of air condition, so that the air conditioner and the bankers who are sitting down in the comfort of their office will get COVID-19 easily. So that made me wonder. That is one. Secondly, we're talking about e-commerce. That is the trust of the whole thing, and that most entrepreneurs are making use of e-commerce to sell their business. But I can tell you that in the last 2 years, so many people who happen to be a mentor to have been able to tell me that you just see somebody just create a group and tells you that it's a distributor for so for this and so on, and tells you that they can get this cheaper for so amount, and buying it in bulk, you can sell them for this amount. And they end up transferring money to the person, and abruptly the person just remove himself from the group and the number is no longer reachable. So in as much as people are leveraging technology, people are using technology to scam people. How can entrepreneurs, how can they get themselves out of this?
Yeah,
So the question is for Chidi.
Yeah, so if I get the question right, the question is, how can entrepreneurs prevent being scammed, through technological channels, right?
Yes, you are right.
Awesome. So yeah, the thing is that I always tell people this is, if something is too good to be true, then it's not true. And most Nigerians, we just want to boycott so many things. We're always constantly looking for shortcuts in life or any training process. We do not want to go through the due process to achieve something. We just want, is there a faster way? And so when somebody tells us that, oh, I'm giving this product, it goes for maybe 99,000 naira outside, but then I'm ready to give you this product for 60,000. We have the feeling that, oh, we just hit a jackpot and we want to go for it. And then this is the reason why most of Nigerians are being scammed, because we don't question things. We just go with the flow, and we always constantly want to look for something cheaper. Cheaper does not mean better. And you'll find a lot of us doing the same thing. So once you're having a conversation with somebody over the internet, the first thing I would tell you as a Nigerian is to be skeptical. Do not believe this person is saying the truth. That's the first thing. That's how I approach every conversation online. When you reach out to me, I always approach such conversation with doubt, and then it's your job as a person to kind of clear the doubts. Just the same way when you go to an embassy, and as a Nigerian in particular, and you go to the embassy to get a visa, especially a non-immigrant visa, you have to explain to the visa officer that, because they already look at you as an immigrant. And so you have to explain or prove to them that you're a non-immigrant. That's the same way you should approach conversations with people online. Always look at everybody else, someone that is a potential scammer. And now it's their job to prove to you that they are not one of them. So you can ask them, for example, what's the name of their business? How long they've been in business? Can you get an email from them? And do not send an email to. That's not professional to me. If I want to send an email to somebody, it must be your name at yourcompany.com to be able to be sure that what you're doing is real. And I also try to go to check, against the CAC database to be sure that, this company that you say really exists is truly registered, because if a company is truly registered and, I check it out online, I see the website of the company and I see that it's properly registered, there's a very easy way for me to track you down if you try to, or you try to swindle me. So there's just so many ways for you to stay away from being scammed. Don't be so quick. I remember how, someone beside me was having a conversation with someone on Instagram, and the person wanted to buy a human hair, and the person said, the human hair goes for about, I think, 100,000 or something. And she was so quick at wanting to send the money. Then I said, don't send this money. Can you try and ask the person what's the name of their business? And ask them questions like, where can you meet them in their office space? Or if that's not the question, can you try to check online reviews about them? And she decided to, go check online reviews, and then she saw so many terrible online reviews about this person, and that was when she understood that she was about to get scammed. So there's nothing wrong in doing due diligence. It's just like how an investor, when you an entrepreneur meet an investor and ask the investor to invest in your business, the first thing that the investor would do is due diligence, to be sure that whatever you say you do or you are is true, right? So the investor wouldn't just throw money at you. They'll always, verify every data that you say. This due diligence can go as far as, checking on the internet, asking people around, just like literally getting the opinions of other people, right? So that's the same thing as, when you're having a conversation, especially business, online, try doing due diligence on the person that you're about to have a business deal with. And then you'll be fine verifying every information that that they give you. And the internet is free for you to do that verification. So I'll just say, whenever you have a conversation with somebody, just try as much as possible to verify whatever information that they give to you.
Thank you very much for that. You've been able to, first and foremost, you made mention of creating or having a due diligence on the owner of the business. So this will take me to Jide. Now, Jide, you own a clothing line. And once someone indicates interest in buying one of the things you sell, and do you think it's right for entrepreneurs to request money before delivery? Because oftentimes, most of them often not the payment and everything just sees in the particular, and it becomes very difficult because if you go on social media, you see so many people chasing around people who have used an account to sell something, and at the end of the day, we find out that the account is more or like a parody account, and that account does not really exist. As an entrepreneur, as a business owner, how did there can be a middle ground between them and the people who are more like a consumer and buying their products?
Okay, that's a very interesting question. One thing you don't person is that at the moment, we are currently restructuring Benchmark into a tech company, all right? And it's a tech company, and this will take me to your question directly. You know, it's a tech company that leverages on sharing economy to solve fashion problems in Nigeria. And what happens in that system is we rent out clothes for a fraction of the price, just like what Trendy Runway does in the US, all right? But to pull that off in Nigeria, I and my co-founders, it's a company called Ben. You have to sit down and say, to pull this off, you have to think like criminals, all right? Because Nigeria is a very interesting ecosystem to work with when it comes to tech. All right, so what happens is it's a two-way thing. So from the vendor's point of view, all right, what if I don't collect money from you? I deliver your fashion piece and you don't pay me. That's a problem. I can't sue you. What I can do is take you to the police station, and we all know the way the Nigerian judiciary system works. It's a very long process. That's one angle. Second angle is from the point of the customer, the consumer, all right? So what if I pay him an upfront, or what if I pay him the full money and then you don't come down with the product that I ordered for, or you get what I ordered for versus what I got, you know, like the food on the internet nowadays. So I think the middle ground here is for growing entrepreneurs. What I used to do at Benchmark then is I tell you to do me 70% upfront, all right? That's like a middle ground. So you've not paid me all the way, and I want to collect my balance. So I still have something at stake, all right? And you've not received your item also, you have something at stake. So when I deliver that product, you pay me my balance and everybody's happy, all right? So if that product meets the quality, the specification of what you ordered, you can then pay me my balance and everybody's happy, all right? So I think the middle ground is, yeah, structures like that, people can put it in place, you know, upfront payment, refundable deposit. That's one of the things we are doing with one of the companies I started with. You know, structures like refundable deposit. So you say, okay, you should pay me this, and then if it doesn't go well, I can pay you back, you know. So those are systems I think on the accounting level, when it comes to the cash flow, we can put in place to make sure that things go well, and the consumer and then the vendor meet at the middle ground when transacting over social media platform and tech platform as well.
Anybody come there? Okay, thank you, Jide. Okay, so the next question goes to Chidi. Okay, thank you. The next question goes to Chidi. Now, Chidi, you mentioned during my first question that the question we should be asking should be how much technology do an entrepreneur need? Now, I'm throwing it back to you. How much technology do an entrepreneur just starting or someone who is already in business, how much technology do they need, and what are the advice on how to go about it for them?
Yeah, so the question, how much technology does an entrepreneur need? It depends not on the entrepreneur, but rather on the customer of the entrepreneur. So, for example, if I'm running a startup company and I'm trying to target farmers, rural farmers, farmers in rural areas, and these people I know, for example, their literacy level most of the time is not of university education. Some of them have just basic elementary education. So, and also they have only feature phones. They do not have smartphones, and they're in areas like villages, remote villages, where there's little to no internet. What kind of technology would I leverage for, to solve a problem for these kinds of people? I cannot create a mobile app and tell them to use it. One, they don't have a smartphone to download it. They don't have the internet, and they don't even have the intellectual capacity to understand how to manipulate it. So people like that, you need maybe like a USSD, more like a short code, for example, like *1234, hash. That's the kind of technology you need to leverage on, for these kinds of person, because it's quite simple for them to use, since it's just numbers, and also it's does not need internet. It just use mobile data, and it can work on a feature phone. But then if I'm creating a solution for, or my customers are people like PhD candidates, right? Then I can use a mobile app, because people like, PhD candidates or any doctorate students, they have internet, at their disposal, because they constantly do research online, and they have smartphones because they have the intellectual capacity to manipulate it, and they have, access to the internet. So people like, the question, how much internet do you need, as an entrepreneur, does not lean heavily on you as an entrepreneur, because you're not in business for yourself, you're in business for other people. So as an entrepreneur, what you should ask yourself is, who are my target customers? Who are the people my business, caters for? The lifestyle of those people determines the type of, technology you need. You need technology that they are very comfortable with, or they are familiar with. Technology that they don't need, re-education to use, because, it's just, imagine when you're trying to do a business, and then you're also in the business of education, because you have to educate them to be able to use your product, or to, use any infrastructure that your product, leans heavily on. It's very bad for business. So you need to understand who your target customers are, and the kind of, things that they are comfortable with, how their day-to-day lifestyle is, and then you just build your business around them. So I would say it leans heavily on your customers. So you have to understand who your customers are, and they, understanding who your customers are tells you exactly the kind of technology you should leverage as a business person. I think you're on mute. Yeah, Tosin, I think you're on mute.
Now let me okay, yeah, thank you. Let me ask you this question before I go to GD. At the beginning of the fireside session, we talked about optimization of companies, of their businesses. Now, oftentimes people have said that it is not compulsory for business to optimize their business. And like you said at the beginning of the fireside chat, you made mention that so many people don't do this, and they end up working for other businesses by using similar names and so on. So what would be your advice to entrepreneurs who are just earning this for the first time? Because as a matter of fact, so many people into businesses are just all about you make use of your social media pages to promote what you want to sell, and that's the end of it. And some of them even have websites that they don't even actually promote as well. They don't even know what to tell, because today there are so many websites that you can just get for cheaper amounts, and that those websites don't offer you anything. So how can entrepreneurs, what advice would you be for entrepreneurs who are into business and they are here to do an optimization for their business, and the kind of website do you suggest for them that will be able to promote their business well?
Yeah, so if you start,
more like a two-in-one question.
Yeah. So if you're starting out, what I always tell people, when you're starting out, your business, and you're looking for credibility as an emerging entrepreneur, the easiest way to gain that credibility is by meeting people around you. For example, when I started Publish here, I understood that I was working with writers and musicians, and I knew I just couldn't meet any random musician or any random writer, because it's business. They might be really they might be sort of afraid of working with me. So what I did was that I had to reach out to people that knew me personally. for example, I met a friend of mine that was into music. I met a couple of them, Simon Esseni, Tomisin. I met a couple of them that I knew that were all into music. And I think I was able to create a list of 9 persons that were into music. And then I also looked for those that were into writing as well. And so I brought them together and made them my first-time customers. I wasn't looking for money at that time. I was looking for credibility. I wanted, to have that good name. So once I used them as my customers, I gave them my services at no charge, and then the main idea was just to have them give me feedback, more like testimonial. Now I use the testimonial, I put the testimonial on my website, more like when you come to my website, you're looking for, you want to know who are these people, who have they worked with, and what do people think about them. I put a picture of my friends there who I have worked with and who believe in what I'm doing. And I also put their social media links, in the testimonial. So you should know that these people are real persons. And if you want to have a conversation with them about what they have said, in the testimonial, you can definitely do it. That was my first way of building credibility, because I knew that, that's the easiest way to go about it. So if you're starting out your business, the best way to get credibility is try and look for people around you that know you personally, and then offer your business to them. It might be for free at the moment, but just as a way to get that credibility, for them to be able to say, okay, I used your product and it was amazing, and this is what I have to say about it. Then you put the testimonial on your social media, you put the testimonial on your website. It helps you build that credibility. And if you're talking about websites, you want to build websites, and you don't want a website that breaks the bank. These days, building a website doesn't break the bank. There's so many platforms that you can use to build websites that don't break the bank. You can host your website on Netlify, which is formerly Bitballoon, and it's really cheap too. And you can also host your website on MontroHost. MontroHost goes for as little as $150 for every 3 years, which is $50 per year. And that's something really, really, $50, that's about 20,000 naira per year to host your website. So it's quite affordable for most entrepreneurs. And then you're able to have a standard website in which people can, visit, see your testimonials there, and really know that your business is not just fluke. People have used your services and this is what they have to say. And if they want to contact those people, links to their social media platforms are there as well, to be able to reach out to them to get their own independent feedback. So that's what I would just say. Just try and leverage on your existing people network to be able to build that credibility, and then you grow from there.
Okay, thank you very much. I think something to note is that it's very important for people to leverage on their existing network. That's very, very important. So I go to Jide now. Jide, looking at the team of the confab on entrepreneurship and development, how do you think entrepreneurs can develop themselves as a business?
So, like I said people now, it's Google is your friend, and there's no excuse not to garner knowledge and garner competence. So there are two things, yeah. Chidi spoke about credibility, but there's another angle called competence. Right? Your competence has to do with your knowledge, your technical skills. How much you know about the business. Knowing the business that you currently run. All right, and that knowledge is everywhere nowadays because of the internet, because of technology. So you can go online, watch YouTube videos, read stuff on Google, just get as much knowledge as you can, because really and truly, beyond execution, you actually need as much technical knowledge as you can to grow and then scale your business. Read about scalability, read about a lot of things about business. That you can have online courses also, there are a lot of free online courses and businesses out there nowadays, on Coursera, Udemy, and so on and so forth. So, just gather knowledge, and then execute also, because there are two different things. You can have an idea, you can have a plan, you can have competence, but if you don't do the work and put in the work and execute, trust me, you can't get anywhere, all right? So the advice is, for now, gather knowledge, execute with your small circle, like Chidi mentioned, offer your products to people around you, and then you can scale from there. Mute.
Okay, Jide. Okay, another question for you is we all remember the story of Kodak films. They were selling films when photography was still in the days of black and white, and later on, we moved to colored. But they weren't updating themselves, so they faded out of the business because while they were still investing more money in producing films. Other people are already producing digital cameras that you only need a memory card to take pictures. So that was how they faded without. So today, many entrepreneurs are only doing what they are doing. They are not updating themselves. So how do you think they can navigate this path? Because if you don't develop yourself, you don't learn about what to do or newer ways, it might be a big problem. How do you think we can solve this challenge?
Okay, so two things here. Innovation is lack of innovation is your first key to go extinct as a business. All right. So if you lack the spirit or the mindset of innovating and keep on bringing in new thoughts, new ideas, infusing it into your business, that's setting up your business up to go extinct or fail forever. All right. So as an entrepreneur, you must always innovate. You can never ever stop. All right. You have to, in a way, quote unquote, move with the flow. All right. You have to be fluid. What that means is you have to be able to shape yourself into what the current trend is, as it were, while you're also thinking innovatively. All right. So you can't be a CEO of a company and not innovate, or at the least have people around you that have innovative mindset. All right. Because one of the key also is if you lack certain skills, certain prowess, you can get people around you that has those skills and prowess, and they can help your business grow. All right. So like you said, production faded away because they lacked innovation. They failed to move with the trend. They failed to be fluid. I'll give you an example. So Guinness Nigeria as a team, and what that team constantly does is innovate. They innovate when it comes to the shape of the bottle. They innovate when it comes to the way the cork, the more or less details, so the way the cork is shaped, and it's crazy stuff. Apart from that, there are also people out there innovate. Within the same company, thinking of innovation when it comes to products and all those things. And that's that's one of the reasons why Origin came into the Nigerian industry for Diageo, which is the company that owns Yolec. All right. So if top blue chip companies like this can think innovation and they have people sitting down on innovation every single moment, every single day, they are being paid to innovate. That's their own job. What about you? That is a startup or an entrepreneur that wants to grow. So you must always innovate. You must always think innovation. You must always be fluid. You must know what the trend is within your business ecosystem, and you must move with the flow if you have to, and keep on standing things of the business.
Okay, thank you, Jide. So we go to Chidi now. Then after that, we'll take questions. Questions are already coming in. So I'll be asking. Now, Chidi, there's what they call to be socially savvy, because today the world is all about social media. And you know that when you are running a business these days, you need to leverage on technology to ensure that you give your business a boost. But now, so many people believe that if you don't have enough funds these days for you to be able to leverage on technology, might be a minus to you. How can upcoming or small business owner, how can they get through this stage? Because today, to get attention of a developer to do something for you, you know how much they will be charging you to do. And you know that these days, the developers are becoming medical doctors, developers are becoming lawyers now, because now they even earn more than what we think. But for small entrepreneurs, it will be difficult for them engaging the service of developers. How do you think these people in this category can navigate and enjoy technology in their business?
Yeah, so I've never been the kind of that I've never advised people to get hire the services of a developer. I never, I've never advised that in my entire life. And the reason why I don't advise that is that developers, we typically we charge per hour. I remember when I was in the University of Lagos, I literally, lived through the entire University of Lagos through developer gigs. I charge so much money and I just work for 4 hours and then, and then it's just so much money. So once you're starting out, you cannot hire a developer because obviously you can afford to get a developer. So there are two ways to achieve it. I'll give you the first one. The first way, if you're trying to get a website and you do not have a developer to be able to build it for you, or you're trying to build an MVP, which is a minimum viable product, and you don't have a developer to help you build it, the best way to do is to try and convince the developer to be your technical co-founder. So a technical co-founder is more like a CTO. CTO meaning Chief Technology Officer or Chief Technical Officer. You can give such person equity in your business. You can give them about 30%, 40, 30, 20, whatever you feel is fine and whatever they are also comfortable with. Now, this helps them to be able to build whatever you want them to build, website, web application, mobile application, for, I wouldn't say at no charge, but typically at no cash charge, but just for a return in equity in your business. That way they believe that whatever they're building, if it grows, then they grow as well. So they feel this sentimental or emotional attachment to it. And that's the best way to do it, because once you pay a developer to build a website for you or a web application for you, like let's imagine you were able to raise maybe $10,000 and you were able to give some developer in Pakistan or the United States, which is charged crazily, or maybe in Pakistan, India, or China, and they help you to build it eventually. There's a very huge chance, and I can tell you that there's 80% chance that you would have to, to iterate that product, because by the time you take that product, to market, you realize that your customer gave you feedback, and you might have to go back to the drawing board to redesign that product. They can say, oh, I don't want this. I believe that the user experience is terrible. I believe that you should take away this feature. It's just unwanted. It's redundant. Or I think you can, you should add this feature. It's not there and it's very important. And at the end of the day, you realize that you have to go back to, either to take things out of the product or add things to the product, or maybe to rearrange things in the product. And then you realize that you have to spend another round of money for that. And then you see so many people spending so much on product development that they don't even have money to do marketing. So I would say the best way to go about that is by getting a technical co-founder, sell the vision to them, just the way you're going to market your product to a customer and get them to give you their money, for the product that you're giving to them. Make it like a test drive, and convince your developer to be part of your team, to be part of the vision, to build the product, and in return also get money out of it when the business begins to grow. So that's the first way you can go about it. But if it's a pretty simple website you're trying to build, and that maybe I can build this with some simple line of code, then you can use a website builder. There's a lot of website builders out there that helps you to do some, to help you build a website, using drag and drop interface. We have, I think webs.com, offers that. I think a couple of Moonfruit does that as well. Even Whisk, we have a couple of website builders that help you to drag and drop, things around, and then just create an amazing looking website without having to know any coding language, right? So you can also use that, but sometimes it might be expensive. So obviously, I would still advise that you try getting a technical co-founder who knows even how to host your platform or your product, for a very reasonable amount. Yeah, and maybe you're also starting your website, your platform, and you want to go on social media. Social media for me is very important. As a business owner, you need social media pages. I am on every social media page. I also have my business on every social media platform. The reason why you need this is because people want to see the kind of content you share with your customers. They want to know that you've been in existence. If you say, I've been in existence since 2018, can I see your social media pages? How often do you interact with customers, and what are customers saying about you? And if you're starting out, you can start out by creating a Facebook profile for your business. And even if you don't have too much likes, you can use the invite tool. I think Facebook has an invite tool where you can invite your friends to like your social media page to be able to give you some amount of likes organically. Same thing with, I think LinkedIn does that as well. But LinkedIn allows you to only invite 100 friends every or 100 connections every month. So you also obviously you can use the invite feature to grow your social media following. And maybe you're trying to grow your Twitter and you do not have, since Twitter does not have an invite feature, you can use your current Twitter account and urge your followers to follow you on your new business to Facebook and tell people if you're on Twitter, and since you're following us here on Facebook, if you're on Twitter, you can also follow us there for updates as well. So yeah, I believe you can always bend around these things. It's just all about how humble are you to be able to ask people for things. Entrepreneurs should be the most humble people ever, because while I started business, I always realized that I can build a business on my own. I need other people to build the business with me. So I always humble myself a lot. I believe with a little humility, everybody will go places. So with that, have that humility in you to ask people for help. If you meet anybody, you can beg them to give you a shout out. Because I also find out that people trust businesses, that were recommended to them by somebody that they know or they love, right? So, for example, you can meet a friend and say, "Please, I just started selling bags. Can you give me a shout out on your Facebook? Can you give me a shout out on your LinkedIn? Can you give me a shout out on your Instagram? Let people know that that my business exists." And that way, you find out that so many people will get to know about your business and work with you because they got to know about it, not from you, the business person, but from a friend of theirs. So yeah, just try and, like I said, leverage on your people connection, reach out to people, ask for help. And trust me, the journey will be easier when you have people, people surrounding you. And do not be too ashamed to tell them that, to let people know that you do not know how to do something, or you don't know how something works. It's fine not to know how something works. It's also fine to keep learning. And like I learn every day. I learn so many new things every day. Sometimes I even learn, every day new words, and sometimes I can even learn a new word from a kid. You do not, it's not like nobody's perfect and nobody's an island. So obviously just reach out to people, ask for help, and learn as you go on. And trust me, it will eventually start, everything will begin to fall in place eventually, if not instantly.
Thank you very much, Chidi, for that. There are questions here to be answered, but let me just ask Jide this question because this session will soon be over. So I want to ask Jide. So many entrepreneurs are having issues, having challenges of funding. So are you one of the people in the school of thought that you can start any business without having any funding?
Absolutely. So, like I tell people, I started benchmark with zero naira. It sounds like the cliche, the regular gist, the regular inspire to perspire, but that's the honest truth. Zero naira. All right. And I teach people this strategy every single time. Leverage on family and friends. That's the way to go if you're a startup. All right. Your family and your friends will always support you at the least. All right. Like they say, if you do a rock song as a musician, at least two people will buy your copy. Maybe your girlfriend and your mother. Other people might not buy it because it's back, but your family will always be there. All right. So the strategy that I employed then was to use upfront and then compound interest. What that means is that I go to family and friends and said, if I make clothes, all right, the clothes cost 3,500 naira. Give me a 70% upfront. When I deliver, you give me a balance. You give me the, let's say, 2,500 naira hypothetically. I use that for my production. I deliver, and then I get my balance of 1,000 and I keep it. I do that for 10 people, making a profit of 1K each. I can compound interest and I have a capital of 10,000 naira to scale and push things with. With that 10,000 naira, I can now scale and move into ready to wear, where I do like 5-10 clothes and then push and sell and make extra profit and then compound interest. All right, so that's the smartest way to do it. All right, so bottom line is true, you can start with zero naira and make sales and compound interest and then grow your capital from there little by little by little. And I think most of the challenge that most Nigerian entrepreneurs have is that they just want to start big. They want to have that funding of $100,000 and just start doing things anyhow. It doesn't work like that. My thought is when you start that way, it teaches you discipline on how to manage money. All right, so once you make 1,000 and another 1,000 and they are compound interest, you learn some level of discipline. And like I tell people, there's no big discipline or small discipline. The stakes only get higher. All right, so if you don't have discipline managing 10,000, you won't have discipline managing your company fund of $100,000. All right, so you start little and then you go and go and go and then you scale and compound interest. So like I said, of a truth, you can start with zero naira and then scale your business from there. It won't be easy. Yeah, it makes this a little bit difficult to strap in a business. It makes it difficult. Things are softer when you have funding. All right, and that's the honest truth. But to say categorically that without money, you cannot start. Also, it's a big fat lie. You can actually start a business and scale.
Okay, thank you, Jide. So to Chidi now, there's a question from one of the participants, and the question is for those people that are just starting a business who don't have a website or an account for business. How do we get people to verify and believe that we are true and we are not scam to our customers? So that's the question for you. And okay, I want to let me allow you to take that question so that we'll take the last question for you and then GK before we round up this session.
Yeah, thank you, Tosin. Yeah, so you don't have a website, you don't have a bank account that has, a corporate bank account for your business, and you're trying to make people to verify how original, your authenticity. I would think that, then you have to leverage on social media. So many people sell on social media without having to have a website, and without having to have a corporate bank account. But as long as you put a face, there are two types of brand. They have corporate brand and they have personal brand. And personal brand is as important as corporate brand. I'm of the belief that the personal brand always drives the corporate brand, and people often use a corporate brand because they know the person behind it. So if you don't have a website, you don't have a bank account, for your business, then I would say you should leverage on social media. Try and relate to people in such a way that they see how honest you are. Do not be all about selling your product all the time. I see a lot of people all about selling their product all the time without having to create that personal empathy or that connection between them and their customers. So sometimes maybe instead of having to, sell a product that day, you can maybe tell them a story about yourself. Let them get to know who you are as a person, and more like have this connection with you and understand that you're a human being just like they are. And you realize that way, you begin to create that sentimental bond between you and your customers in such a way that they don't only see you as someone that sells, but they also see you as a human being, that is also trying to make ends meet just like they are, they themselves. And I remember when I started Publicia, I ran Publicia for I think 2 years before I became very serious about my own personal brand. And then I started working harder to make not only people knowing Publicia, but people knowing me as the name Chidi Wogo. And then I realized that eventually my name became more popular than the company's name. And then a lot of people got to know about the company because of me. And a lot of people got to use my product, not because of they know the name Publicia, but because they know that Publicia is owned by Chidi, right? So you realize that, it's if you do not have, a corporate brand, you can always create a personal brand, and then that personal brand drives the corporate brand. Look at, for example, there's this guy called Adewale Yusuf recently. He was like, he's the founder and publisher of Tech Points. It's like one of the most popular tech blogs in Nigeria. And then recently he left Tech Points to start a business. And the business, became so popular, not because of the business, people have done what he was doing, but because of Adewale, was behind it. And it raised $300,000 in pre-seed funding, not because of the investor. The investor was not investing in Talent QL, which is the name of the company. They were investing in Adewale because they know him, they love him, and if they've come to to love him as a person. So that's what you should try and do as when you're starting out as an entrepreneur. Once I don't have a business name, I don't have a business bank account, then let them get to know you as a person and get to love you as a person. So every day, try to make, just let them understand how a day in your life look like. You can tell them stories about yourself. And then maybe after that, you can then share, maybe after the conversation, you share about your product. If you go to Twitter, a lot of people are doing this on Twitter. They share a very viral story about themselves, about their own personal life. And when the story is doing a lot, they add a comment under the Twitter post, or more like they add another thread under the Twitter post telling people about their business. That's a very good way to get that credibility. So once you're starting out, you want to get that credibility, let them get to know you as a person. And then, to a point that they say to themselves, I don't think this person can cheat me because this person, is on social media. If they literally cheat me, I know that and I know they are real people because, they constantly share things about themselves and about their life. And these people definitely are real. And it's not like as if the account is staged. You can do live, you can go on live all the time. Maybe you can, on Facebook, you can go live. On Instagram, you can go live. That way they get to know that the picture that they are seeing there is definitely you because you went live. This is not like some account that you went somewhere to take some pictures and you're putting it here as a person. Try and go live sometimes, have conversations with them sometimes, just let them know about what you're doing. This time video, it could be pre-recorded, but live videos are often the best. And you realize that way you get to create that personal brand for yourself. And eventually you people get, that's more like a social currency and people get to trust you and then, and do business with you.
Okay, thank you very much. I believe entrepreneurs that are currently joining us through YouTube or on Zoom must have learned a lot from what Chidi has said. Chidi has given out a lot of nuggets that every entrepreneur needs to push his or her business. And I'm sure that if you use all these suggestions as suggested by Mr. Chidi, you can also be like him. You can see where he's sitting down. You can see the bag full of awards. And I'm sure that's just the starting point. So all these nuggets are, important things that you can make use of that can actually help your business. So I'm going to be asking the final question. I'm going to start with Chidi. So I'll come back to Chidi before we round up the session. So to Baba Chidi now. Chidi has said a lot, but the truth of the matter is that how can a business owner create an identity? Now, there's usually this conflicting interest between should you use your personal brand or you create another brand. There are so many people that they are very popular with their names, so they often tend to remove their business from their name. So they create another for their business, they create another for themselves. So whatever the business is selling, the business will sell itself. Whatever their name is selling, the name will sell itself. So do you advise people, how can people create a brand for themselves? Do you advise them to use their personal handle or their personal to push out what they are saying, or do you want them to create an identity for themselves so that there can be a clear demarcation between the business and the person, the individual?
Okay, so I advise people to do both concurrently if they can. All right, so build a name for your hustle and build a name for yourself. Two reasons. If you build your brand or your business around yourself, around your name, around your personal brand, what happens is when you want to yank yourself out and let it run by itself, it becomes a little bit challenging. All right, so people say, oh, so person is the name and face of the brand and it's no longer there, and they're a little bit skeptical and say, okay, can this person, you put it in charge of this business, run it as adequately as you can because you're the one we love, all right? And as a business owner, your plan and vision should you get into a point where you can yank yourself out of the business as an active management person and then leave it for other people to run, and then you can now build other stuff. All right, that's one. I advise people to also build a personal brand because usually it's a platform for you to scale other brands on. Right, so I'll give you an example of Whiskey. Whiskey built a musical brand and a musical persona. If today Whiskey says we want to start selling Gary and crayfish, people will buy it simply for the video. All right, all you need to do is just put Whiskey on it and then do an Instagram live or something or an Instagram video of 2 minutes and say, oh my, it's usually Gary and Zano that is selling now, and people will buy. All right, so you don't want to leave one for the other. You can start with one and then scale it into the other one. All right, but it's something you want to build concurrently for the two reasons that I've given. First reason is you want to build your corporate brand because you want to be able to leave the brand and let it run for itself without people being skeptical about the quality of product or quality of service you're going to get from the brand because you're no longer there. And then you want to also build a personal brand for yourself so that when you leave that also, you can scale that business on it as a foundation. So yes, you can start with personal brand and then scale into corporate brand or build a corporate brand and at the point start infusing yourself into it so that people know you're the one running it and in turn build your personal brand and then everything moves from there. So yeah, it's something you have to do together. You can't just leave one for one.
Okay, thank you very much. So back to Chidi. So um, on a final note, technology and entrepreneurs, we have seen from all the discussions that we've had that there are two terms that you cannot separate. It's either you cling to technology or you fade out by running away from technology. Like these are like an inevitable evil that you need to boost your business. But during one of your responses, you made mention about if you want to start a business, you don't have capital to engage a developer, you can actually share your vision with a developer and make the person a co-founder. But oftentimes, most of the people who have made use of this advice end up having a lot of issues with those co-founders because when you want a certain site to come up on a particular day and you have a time frame and the person is telling you he's busy because he knows he's not getting anything in terms of finance directly now, it's still a long-term project, and the person is delaying the vision, delaying the idea. How can you find yourself out of this part? Or normally, you know, when you pay, eventually you get a date, a start date, and a finish date. But as long as you are trying to use friends and you are trying to, you get the project get elongated. How can you navigate this?
Yeah, so when you're trying to get a technical co-founder, don't only vet their skill, because skill is one good thing, but if they don't have character, then obviously it's nothing. You know, I do not focus on skill when I'm trying to get a co-founder most of the time. You know, I try to get passion, people that are passionate about what they're doing, people that are self-motivated, people that I do not have to tell to do something. They already know what they have to do and they do it. More like they're proactive in nature. You know, I try to look at their past record, their track record. What have they been able to achieve on their own? And what the people say about them. I focus on character most importantly, because I discovered that passion can acquire skill, but skill cannot acquire passion. You know, when you find someone that's very passionate, you know, about what they are doing, they can acquire the skill over time because they're very passionate about what they're doing. But someone that is very skillful might never ever become passionate about what you're doing. So find people that you know they have that passion for what you're building and what you're doing. You know, people that, for example, if I'm trying to build something in the digital media sector, I wouldn't just get a CTO that is very good at coding, that is very good at React or good in Python or PHP, right? I go for a CTO who is also good, but simultaneously very interested in the digital media sector. So they have interest in what they are building. They believe in what they are building. They know what they're doing, and they know that they have interest and they faith in what they are building. It's not just trying to convince somebody to help to come join the team. And when you're trying to just look at, because you're going to spend a lot of time with this person. So look for somebody that not only do you believe that they are good enough, or they are capable of doing what they or their job description, they are capable of achieving it, but look for people that that motivate you, people that inspire you, people that when you're around, they're around you, or you're around them, they bring out the best in you, people that you guys kind of connect on a very good level. Because business is not going, trust me, business is something that there's more downs than up most of the times, and there will be so many challenges and so many things that will stretch your friendship with this co-founder. So many situations that will make you want to scream and throw things at the wall. And when you're around people that bring out the best in you, people that you connect very well with, you'd realize that they are there to just more like keep you calm and just encourage you to keep moving forward. So don't look for only a co-founder that can hack the bank with his eyes closed and even when he's drunk. Try and look for a technical co-founder that have that amazing business ethic. That they love what they're building. They believe in what they are building. They are interested in the problem that you're solving. They love you as a person. They respect you just the way you respect them, and they love being around you, and they bring out the best in you and they inspire you as well. Then trust me, it will be very easy for you to work together. But it's very difficult to find these kinds of persons. Trust me, I know. And so you might meet a couple of people, bad people, not necessarily bad people, but incompatible people, on your process of meeting this, of this right person. It's just like the Beauty and the Beast, when you have to kiss a lot of toads before you kiss the prince, right? It's the same analogy. You're going to go through a lot of bad people before you meet the right person. But trust me, if you're dedicated.
Okay, thank you very much, Chidi. We have come to the end of Fireside session, and I want to say thank you to Dr. Johnson Babajide. He's a medical doctor, and he's also the executive director of Benchmark Clothing, and he's also the founder of Give Hope to the Slum Foundation. He's a man of so many parts, and I'm sure that if you are in this conference, you just need to search for him on social media and be his friend. There's a lot to learn. I've learned a lot about him, and he has been a good friend and partner to this conference. There are so many other questions which I might not be able to, like somebody is asking Mr. Chidi, thanks for your time. Please, how can you be of help to us after this event as a business starter that wants to leverage IT? Mr. Chidi is on LinkedIn, so I feel Mr. Showale can actually send you a DM on LinkedIn. Mr. Chidi, you promised you are going to answer, you are going to respond to Mr. Showale.
Yeah, as long as the message, if the message just say hi,
Yeah, just put Yolec 2020 when you are sending the message, so he knows. So he'll be able to give you a personal advice. It might not be, but at least you can send message because of time. Because we are already run out of time. By 3 o'clock, we need to run off the program. So I want to say thank you to Mr. Chidi Mwago, a developer, Nigerian serial internet entrepreneur, a programmer, founder of Publicia, used to be founder of Lagbook before it was sold, and is the founder of so many things that, and you can see the award at the back, and that's really been able to tell you how much. So Mr. Chidi, I want to say thank you for honoring the short invites, and also Mr. Dr. Johnson Babajide, thanks so much for joining us on this fireside session. Still on Yolec 2020, we are already rounding up. We are at the plenary session, so we don't know if you have any of participants that wants to say anything, or you have any comments, question, contribution, contributions about the conference, what you've learned so far. If you have anything you want to say, this is the time to indicate, to show your hand now. And I believe you can still go back to YouTube after this program. You get the full recording of the event, and you can definitely still, if you have forgotten some of the things that have been said by the speakers, I'm sure you can still get them back when you go to YouTube. And it's not just about you only that you have enjoyed this conference. You can also share the link with your friends for them to also benefit more about it. Youth are always complaining about the government, but the youth don't, they don't create time to develop themselves to the level that they need to. And I think that's one of the things we have to shy away. And we believe that a new normal is coming, and Nigeria is changing. So I want to say thank you to everyone today. Do you have anybody that has any comment, contribution? Contribution? Okay. For many participants. Okay, rounding up, please want to say thank you to our partners. Many thanks to the team, entire Yolec planning committee team. Want to say thank you. We want to say thank you to our Excellency, Engineer Noimot Salapoyedele, for joining us. I want to say thank you to Didi Aobono for also joining us. I want to say thank you to Tony Alausa for joining us. I want to say thank you to Honorable Commissioner for Information, Lagos State, Mr. Gbenga Moto Shaw, also for creating time to join us. I want to say thank you to Dr. Johnson Babajide for joining us from the start of the program till now. Thank you so much for. I want to say thank you to Mr. Chidi Nwagwa as well. I want to say thank you to all attendees and participants and everyone that has, and all the volunteers that have joined us. Paul Demilade, Amara Oloko, Yinka, Abraham, there as well. And we have so many of them here that I cannot even singularly mention their names. So I want to say thank you to everyone. We hope that next year, by God's grace, we'll be having the 5th edition. We'll all be alive to witness the 5th edition of the conference. And I believe all that has been learned from all these, from this conference, we will also put them in use. So once again, on behalf of the entire planning committee, I want to use this opportunity to declare the conference closed till we meet for the next edition. Please go on Twitter at Yolec, and you can find highlights and charts of all that have been discussed at today's program. From my end, I am Tosin Adeshile. I'm the convener. I want to say thank you to everyone. Thank you so much. Have a lovely day. Have a lovely year.